Talk amongst yourself. Do your
What do you
announcements.
mean, be right back, motherfucker? You should have got water an hour ago.
Yeah, no. You don't control me, so I'm just gonna have free will and just go get it now.
Motherfucker, get back here, you stupid ass bitch.
Also, Aknev, you're still the salt thing on yours.
I know.
Right, here we.
I know. You know what? No, we're going Fugi, baby.
So,
Yeah.
so what's new? What's new?
Hi, everybody. Why is it when the DM leaves, everyone just kind of freezes up? Why is that the case?
Hey, what's going on,
I'ma
stream?
kill
Today
him.
we got a Curse of
Never mind.
Strahd game going on.
Why the fuck is he?
134.
Wait a minute. God damn it! I forgot. I switched Blurt to Blurt. He's not strong. He's better. He's back. He's back. It was just his fucking face. Oh my god. Okay. Hi, everybody.
What's
Hello.
up?
What the fuck?
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? By the way, I got a new background for our stream for D&D at least. It's
Wow.
all
Okay.
yeah,
Editing.
it's all the Curse of Strahd like backdrops. Animated.
I'm back.
Oh, so shut up, Edemus. No one asked you.
Oh my god.
I can say that that's my kin. I can say what the fuck I want to him.
That's your kid?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, okay,
With an
gotcha,
N.
gotcha.
Thank you.
I saw the backdrops. They're pretty lit.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, when you mute, it's actually your face, and I forgot to change that.
Wait, really? When I mute? What do you mean?
When you left, it was just your face for some reason. I don't know what you did.
Like my real face?
Yes, your real face.
What photo though? I gotta ask.
In Mexico. Because I changed it for something and I forgot to change it.
Oh my god.
We gotta start.
Oh my god.
Michael's blood pressure is rising right now. We gotta start. We have to start.
Bro.
Oh my god. Generic douchebag photo? Oh, love it.
Bro, put
All
that
right.
music on.
Awesome. Yep, I'm on it. Oh god. Sorry. Okay. Did you guys do any announcements while it was gone or no?
No, we just kind of looked at each other funny.
Fair enough.
Like,
So.
oh.
Huh?
Go on.
Okay. Well then. Welcome back for another episode of Curse of Strahd, guys. We are back here again. Sorry for the delay, but we are going to start now. We will do a quick recap after a little bit of announcements. The first one that I have to give is next Monday. There might be a bit of a delay and or a possibility that we might not have session on Monday. All due to me getting a sudden meeting. All due to me getting a sudden meeting. It's about... Huh?
You promised no more breaks.
Hey, it's a maybe. That's 70% chance we're doing it, 30% chance we're not. I'm letting them know. I got a literal thing that popped up 2 days ago, and I went, great, cool, love it, because it was right on Monday. And I was like, that's not great, so we'll see. I probably should be fine.
That sometimes this campaign is like a company going bankrupt, and like the employees are the last to fucking know.
I told y'all yesterday.
I
You
don't
Mommy.
recall.
remember that. I don't remember
Every
that.
time session gets canceled for a week, I feel like Willem Dafoe in Spider-Man. You can't do this to me. You're not my sacrifice.
Everyone's just like, boyfriend looks at the mask like, "You're weak. You need me." He's like, "No."
You guys should be happy. I'm just delaying the end of this campaign.
DM's on sabbatical, honey.
But you're not giving us content. You're just giving us space.
Hey, no, we could just
Motherfucker, what did you just say? You said you're delaying the end? Motherfucker, just rip off the band-aid. What are you, a coward?
Michael
Oh.
wants to. Michael is a.
Spit.
Michael needs to finish. That's the kind of guy he is. He just
Ayo.
needs to finish.
Ayo.
Ayo.
I am running out of tuition to continue doing this campaign. Like,
You're financially draining this boy right now. Come on.
It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay, dude. I enlisted you in the army. You'll get that GI Bill in a couple years. Just you'll be fine.
Oh my
Happy Veterans Day.
God.
I want you to
Happy
know
Veterans Day, y'all.
they'll come out like 5 years, go up to you like, "Hey Siggy, thanks for doing that." Yeah, shoots you in the head. No, that shit was hell.
Okay. All right. So, besides
God,
that,
I love this group.
besides that announcement, I believe we're still good. Just checking. Nope, we're good. That is it. It's still a 70% chance that we're still doing session, normal time, normal everything, next week. It's just a warning of, hey, if we're not here, it's me. Past that,
It's gonna be May.
it's gonna be May. Past that, we're good. And yeah. Does anyone else have any other announcements before we begin our session for tonight? Because I am raring to go.
I'm going to try to stream more this week. Hopefully, I'll have time. I will be helping our good friend Blastiff doing his roles tomorrow.
Yeah,
Hell
we're gonna
yeah.
gamble.
Hopefully, bro gets it and we all go home happy.
Yeah.
He gets it or he gets humbled once again.
He,
It's not
Dad,
humbled.
did you
It's
clip that?
punished. It's
Did you
punished.
clip
Truly,
that?
how many 50-50s can you lose?
7 in a row as of the last 10, 8.
Can we make it 9?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
like, share,
Because
Bro,
I'm playing
we-
devil's advocate.
Bro, we threw on Fighting Dreamers and she still did not come. She
To be fair, even if I lost this, it would still be 8 because I only won the last 50-50 on my 7th. So it would just bump it down to 6. So no.
Brother, why are we
God.
talking about gacha raids here? Like, what the fuck? We all know it's
Start.
raid. Can we just get started with the session, please? Like,
True,
Anyways.
goddamn.
true. I'm trying to sit
Anyways.
Strahd's toes. Come on.
And,
What?
that's Thorn.
You know what? You know what? I'm a step out.
no.
We do
Okay,
recap.
we're doing it
Like-
now. We're doing it now. Sorry, we're on something. We're on something tonight. All right. With that out of the way, last time on Curse of Strahd. The music's still on. Is it not on for you?
No, it is.
It's on.
It's on.
Why'd you type in music?
I didn't hear it for a second.
Okay. Last time on Curse of Strahd. Shush. Last time on Curse of Strahd, the Talons themselves, after managing to break into the archives in the library inside of the Amber Temple and defeating Rahadin after his attempted ambush on Patrina, she gave the secrets away to this temple, which were laid inside of the Lich's head. After freeing his mind from the clutches of a now known as a group of individuals known as the Council, he unveiled many of the secrets, both of the library and containing their secret codes, of the point of the amber sarcophagi and the slivers of a slumbering god, and of the fact that this place and much of Barovia is being leached off of by this group known as the Council. The same group that sent Eileen out to come back and defeat Strahd. Eileen learned that she was, in fact, the combination of both Tatiana and Sergei, a child that was never born, but died with Tatiana after she fell into the mist. Holding her here and using her as a final weapon towards Strahd became very successful for them. However, with her use of, with their inability to take away her free will, and her returning back with her friends and her allies, they all went and talked to the council. Morrow being forced to reveal a bit of his own backstory and history to both Aknev and Eileen to continue on their work with the council. Aknev coming to terms with his almost grief that he felt for this council and for what they once were. And Eileen standing up and even thanking them for making her how she is so she could find the warmth of her friends. Through all of this, one by one, the council sent them all back. And upon returning, a couple of witches died and they found a mech. But besides that, they are gathering around, leaving the area there. And what do you guys wish to do? And just to help y'all out and also kind of in character as well for Extantor, the lich that you helped rescue. Extantor. He would remind you of this. Before we head back to the library, there are many places in this temple still, ones that hold more of the sarcophagi. If any of you are interested in speaking with them, just ask, and I will guide you to them. If it is still the library you seek, we may continue. What?
Fuck off.
What?
What's really funny is, by the way, I said what, and I immediately was like, that was Farnsworth. That was
That was fucking
immediately.
Kyle's mom from South Park.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Not Farnsworth. On my brain. What? There we go.
What?
We got stuff.
What would be the point in talking to the other sarcophagi? As
You are attempting
wouldn't that be a bad idea?
You are attempting a war against Strahd, are you not?
Right.
They do harbor gifts. If you can handle the downsides like your friend.
Right. So it's a give and take kind of thing.
How permanent the gift?
Depends. Each sarcophagi gives us a different feature. Some last, some don't. Strahd's has lasted.
Forever.
So far.
Right, but he specifically asked for that.
Yeah. I mean...
Doesn't matter. The gifts are individual to the sarcophagi. If you wish to become a vampire, I know which sarcophagi he chose.
Oh, bitch, that's tempting. But I'm not gonna do it.
No, it's not. What do you mean it's tempting?
No, okay.
That was me. That was straight up me.
He kind of thinks for a moment. So, he kind of looks at the group.
Do you know the nature of these gifts and the downsides of them?
I know of some. However, while I am here, I am bound to not reveal that. It is the one thing I must hide.
Interesting.
And let me guess, the council held you to that.
No. It's the
That's all about-
sarcophagi themselves.
Mm,
Their deals
Okay.
are to be made with the individuals.
They are fragments of gods and ancient evils. It makes sense.
yeah. And the system of doing things.
So you know what's inside, but you can't tell us. Do you know what each, at the very least, what each god is associated, or what each powerful being is associated with each sarcophagi?
I do, but that is still part of the reveal.
Hmm.
You can freely talk to. Let me explain something before we discuss this further. The sarcophagi are free to be spoken to. It is not until you make the deal that you can make a connection. The amber holds them in place. You can listen to their deal. It's just, once you accept it, you have to fully accept it. You cannot be coerced. You have to accept the deal.
So go all the way then, Fane.
Yes, just like your friend did.
Or you're free to walk away.
Exactly. They are
Well, that's
tempting, however.
Would
At
it
least a
be-
nice thing to know.
Also, do remember, when you make that deal, you are making a connection. There is no
Yeah.
telling the effects, not just the downsides of your gift.
Mhm. Nope. Hmm.
If you wish. His hand kind of moves over towards where the dead witches are. Those two doors hold sarcophagi. You may try if you wish.
What would those two witches be seeking?
I do not know. I did not get to talk to them. I didn't even know they were here at the time. Until you fixed me, I've had very limited view of the world around me.
Yeah.
Possibly they were seeking power. Possibly they were seeking knowledge. Either, if they had been more amicable, we would have been able to work things out.
Just gonna kind of give him a pat on the back. It's alright.
Exthathanter? Patted him on the back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He's a friendly
Fireball.
guy. Divine touch. Die.
Don't touch me.
No, the bright like red flames over at the eyes just kind of turn over towards you. They don't get bigger or smaller or anything in that regard. They're just piercingly looking at you. After you do that, he just goes, "Thank you, but it is no concern to me. I just feel for the loss of their wish for knowledge. That is all."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
I don't know. It's just been, I don't know how long you've been in that state, so just want to make sure you're comfortable like that. It just felt right at the time.
Thank you. I believe I've been trapped for nearly 2 decades. Not terribly long.
I mean, that's pretty long, but probably to someone like yourself, that's not as bad.
2
So-
decades. Interesting.
So, do you wish to seek out those sarcophagi?
Wouldn't hurt to talk it out, would it?
No.
Asking the
It'll
group.
maybe hurt if you accept.
These things are choices that you all will make yourselves. Whether we agree with them or not is on you. Personally, I will not speak to them. What you do is your own business.
My purpose as of right now is very simple. I'm trying to find, because I think it's around here somewhere, or it's here. I'm specifically trying to find the specific incident and nature by which this man became a vampire. I've seen the memories. I don't think he was bitten by another vampire, and we know it was done by a god. But there are still details missing.
He told us that he communed with one of the sarcophagi and asked for immortality, which then gave him vampirism. We already know that.
I can guide you to that one if you so wish.
You
Take
know,
us
that
to
one,
it.
Mara.
Yeah, take us to that one.
As you wish.
I'm trying to understand. I still need to understand something.
What's that, Mara?
There's a detail I'm missing here.
What's the detail?
I know Strahd loves Tatiana. I know Tatiana and Sergei were lovers and had a relationship.
Mhm.
We know Tatiana killed herself.
Right.
And then we know and then DM, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was days later, or I don't know if it was a long time later, but I believe days later, that's when Strahd sort of became the person that he is.
I apologize. He became it days later after what?
Specifically after Tatiana killed herself.
I thought that's after
No.
that.
No.
No?
From the timeline that you are aware of to some capacity through your visions,
Mm-hmm.
you, actually, you in particular have the key for this. You gave the order for Strahd to be shot after you witnessed Tatiana's plummet and Sergei's death. You found the corpse of Sergei, and then then you witnessed Tatiana plummeting. You gave the order to have him shot. He got shot by crossbows.
Yes.
After that, you approached the body with a group after he had fallen, and he rose back up.
So he made it a prior.
Yeah.
Hmm,
That's
that's even more sinister.
the thing.
Yeah,
When
it
did he
makes
have
sense.
when did he have time to come here to the sarcophagi and commune? Like, there's still details missing.
That is fair. There are details missing, but to be fair, hundreds of years ago, he did have plenty of time to do whatever he wanted.
Broken by travel when they're.
I-
No, fine. Continue though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, did he know of the, like, it just depends on
I'm pretty-
specifically, because
He came here before the mist-shrouded Barovia. Just so you know. He did not leave here a vampire. Once again, as I said before, I guided him to this
You
gift.
got to the sarcophagus, not the temple.
No. The temple was found by him.
No one let him here.
he didn't leave here a vampire. But you said he communed with the sarcophagus.
Yes. Also, to answer your question, he was not led here, but he stated that he had found this place from scrolls that he had found in Argynvost Hold.
Argynvost Hold.
Yes.
I remember the
They
war.
have- You're right.
Also, in terms of leaving here as a vampire, I believe that means that he was given the gift of vampirism, and it lay dormant inside of him until he was struck down, and
Yeah.
then he rose as a vampire. Because as we're familiar with from what you told us of Gavriel's stories, Morrow, that was the first time that Strahd returned from the dead, which would then be when he assumed his vampiric nature. So he left seemingly normal, but the vampirism was already dormant within him.
Left a human, died, came back vampire.
Yep.
Need to know what Hold on, wait. DM,
Yes.
I'm gonna turn over to our resident lich here.
Okay. Exthanter, yes.
I'm gonna turn over to Exanter. How good are you with dates?
Ever since my issue with memory, it has been a bit foggy on some of the dates. What do you need?
I need a timeline. I need a timeline for this. So Strahd finds his temple through the scrolls of Argynvost Holt. He comes here and communes with the sarcophagus to wish to gain immortality. He leaves and then he is struck down. He leaves, Tatiana dies, Sergei is killed, and then he's shut down, and then he rises again as a vampire. And I'm trying to figure out, this all couldn't have happened in one day. This all couldn't have happened this all couldn't have happened in sequence.
You are correct. The day that he left here was not the same day he became a vampire.
When was that?
Nearly
he
a
died.
week after. Nearly a week after.
It's a week afterward. Tell me, Xanther, I'm not an expert in vampires. Eileen, if you could provide insight in this as well. I know you deal with... I don't know if this is your specialty, but you seem like it'd be involved in this.
I'll try to keep up with what he's saying and could I with the I don't know if like we would have access to all the fucking information from the visions.
Mm-hmm.
But is there a way to kind of key point any specific like details on the dates?
What do you mean the dates? Are you trying to actually legitimately find out the dates, or are you just trying to string the timeline of like the day it happened or something?
Yes, both. Yes. Yes.
The actual day of, the actual day of, you yourself would not know. Hold on, let me just make sure.
Or if
something.
at least like a general timeline, like 30 days later or at least a week later kind of thing.
Yeah. So, there we go. So, at least for how it goes for this timeline in the regard here. What you have of the information of the pieces. Actually, you know what? I will say you do have Xanther there.
Because I was gonna... Yeah, because I was gonna ask him actually specifically, because this might help with what Lily is saying, specifically about vampirism in general. But it was my understanding that that it's only if you die the day of.
Is it?
But he's a vampire lord. He's not just a spawn.
Well, that's my thing. That's my thing is that like there's a whole week of time in between where he leaves this temple, and he goes back, and then everything with Tatiana, Sergei, and his order to be shot happens. There's a whole week of time missing.
What I can
I
explain
didn't know
to
that
you,
part.
what I can explain to you here. It was during the year 348 in which this all occurred.
Okay.
When he came to the temple, and when he became what he is now. The week up to his arrival to being the first, or one of the first vampire.
And
I cannot
wait.
explain certain details
as once again I am forbidden.
You mean the first vampire in Barovia or in general?
General.
Really?
Throughout the realms of
We-
Pharaoh.
We've already talked about this with our mutual friend, Akne, remember? He said that
do.
Strahd is likely either the first vampire or just in general a vampire lord. We found that out a long time ago.
There are
I may have
accounts that
forgotten
there
that.
may have been some in the ancient times, but it's hard to be certain.
Please continue.
Also, with you guys trying to piece it together, here, just give me a group investigation check. Just trying to piece pieces.
Eileen.
It's pertaining to undead, so.
Advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Advantage because it was the group in general. So I would allow 2 rolls or advantage.
I think the resident monster hunter and the other resident monster hunter should do it. Eileen Amaris.
If you both want to roll 1,
So-
you can.
So I gain advantage because of my feature. Just a heads up. Unless.
I'll allow it. You're close. You're close enough, and you have firsthand literal visual of the situation. I'll allow it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
Let's
especially
go,
going to have to go into
Eileen.
the. This is especially going to go into the memories of, Eileen and Maro. However, Amaris and Aknev have some pieces here and there too.
27.
27.
Oh,
Fair enough.
You're right. Oh.
When did I die again, Mr. DM?
You died after you died fairly later. After the clouds
Like
came into
400
play.
something.
No. He was there in the year 348 because he was there when the cloud. Remember,
When the clouds were
yeah,
overcast.
Beckett used the clouds as a symbol that they were in the right and that the sins were on Radhavan. Yeah. Little did he know they were pertaining to Strahd's ascension. All right. 27. So, and 18. Good. So this is as far as you have from visions and just collective info that you've gained. What ends up happening, the very start that you have of this, while the Saint of Markovia had left on a mission, she was gone away from Barovia, and then Barovia became as it was. Same with Radovan with his own with his own beginning of being part of the ritual for the Ebon Triad. With that, the day of, you don't have anything before this, at least directly related to before this. Of the day of, it starts with Tatiana witnessing Strahd. Strahd has Sergei's body on the floor, lying in a pool of blood. He is over and above.
Yummy.
And let me just make sure. Let me just make sure if I said a certain thing as well in your notes, because this is important.
Is she also?
Let me make sure. Sorry, I just want to. I want to make sure how much I gave you on this part.
Sure. Moving surrounding a pool of ichor of blood, the heartbeat grows even faster. You feel another presence in the. Yeah, you didn't. So yeah, okay. Sorry, even more so. What you know of at the very least from also all of you guys going into Castle Ravenloft, this is what I can give you for the complete. You know that what was occurring was happening on a wedding day in particular. You know that Tatiana was away in the closet dresser in Castle Ravenloft and then walked into the room in which it happened, in which she found Strahd above a dying and dead still Sergei. She ran away from him.
she shouted out to her to wait. She ran and sprinted, and she ran and ran until she hit a large kind of set courtyard, an open area with a railing, in which she stood onto the railing. While this was happening, Gavriel saw Strahd turning and shouting, "Wait!" Around a corner. He saw him run away get out of a room and run away. In an urgency, Gavriel ran that way, but saw the room and saw Sergei's dead body lying on the floor. Went and checked, and then gathered the surrounding guards, screaming that Strahd had gone mad and murdered the prince.
I have.
Mhm.
This is out of nowhere, by the way, everybody. But what if Strahd?
Didn't
I know
do it.
didn't kill Sergey.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What
What
if he
if-
didn't do it?
What if someone framed him to cause all this, especially with the whole
The council.
Shadow Cult Council?
It's
And
possible, but it doesn't matter at this point. Because
doesn't
Strahd's
matter.
still done like awful things.
No, of course, but still,
It does matter in this case
why?
because when I spoke with the council, they'd been influencing things, making decisions, pushing, pushing people who've come to Barovia, the people around Barovia, the people in there, the abbot, the people. They've been moving things from behind the scenes, but they weren't the one. But it wasn't that. But they weren't the ones who created the circumstances that made Strahd who he is right now.
No.
That's what I'm looking for.
So
What and in Gavriel's memories, he saw Sergei's body. He saw Sergei was dead. Strahd was over there.
mhm.
Eileen saying there, but we didn't see what happened before that.
He didn't because we were looking through, the eyes of Gavriel and such.
And that is the thing. Because it's when Sergei dies. It's which causes Tatiana to kill herself. Which then causes Gavriel to go and check, make the order to kill Strahd, and then he rises up again. And this is a week after he leaves that temple.
But
So-
my question. Sorry, continue.
So there's something missing. In
Someone
between
pushed
that
it.
week, something was set up, something happened that led to Sergei's death, that started this. And that-
So, there is something actually. The council had mentioned someone had a cost to play in Strahd's downfall, ascension. So the name Baba the Saga was something that was thrown out. I don't know how much that matters. It was only a thought to me because, well, as you kind of looks towards our friend here. The same thing that happened to, boy, what's his name again? I'm bad at names.
Who? Sorry, who are you referring to?
This
Name an
one.
event. Oh, Extanter.
Extanta, the whole shadow like cloud in his mind, and then the same thing happened to, what's our friend's name? Mordenkainen. They're very powerful, magic users who needed to be dealt with so they become a proper Strahd. However, Bob the Saga seem to up and ready all the time, even though they are just as powerful, maybe even more so in this kind of region. So I was wondering why they didn't deal with her.
And yet,
So my thought process is,
okay. No, an Exanther is correct. I believe you said it earlier, but you've never heard the name Baba Yasaga.
I have never heard of this woman, no.
I think that was for a reason. The thought I'm having is that Baba the Saga definitely had a part to play in Strahd's, descension in a way, and that's why she has never been, in conflict with the council In fact, I believe they're in cahoots. But that's just a theory, and that really doesn't do much for us now unless you think so. Just want to let everyone know that.
Because
I will also, sorry, before this continues, let me just finish up the timeline that you've earned from your 18 and 27.
True.
After he had rallied up the forces, Tatiana made the decision as Strahd was just out of reach before to stop her. She jumped off, and Strahd shouted out no after her. Gavriel and a few of the other guards had witnessed this, and Gavriel made the call to shoot him, to kill him dead.
Kill that son bitch.
After Gavriel had made that call, two crossbow bolts is all it took. He fell and slumped to the ground. As the guards went over, that is the first time that there was a physical difference that you had noticed in Strahd, where he physically took on visuals of a vampire. That is the first record that all of you have combined.
Also, wait a minute. Don,
What?
do you think a commander of an army, would be able to take him down with 2 crossbow bolts?
If he wasn't a vampire before then, yeah. A person's just a person in his castle, and there would have been no reason for him to be wearing any armor or anything of the sort. If he hadn't turned by that point, then he would just be another commoner. It doesn't take much to strike somebody down.
but think about
Hence the fact that he became a vampire in the moment that he died, which is why he rose back up,
but think
causing
about
all the gods to, run in fear and terror.
but think about when he first took on those forms. When we saw Casimir. He communed with the sarcophagus. He communed with one of them.
Mm-hmm.
He made a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Not only was his mind changed, but so was his body.
Mm-hmm. And as we've already discussed, each sarcophagi contains different pieces of different things that have different effects on everybody. Some lay dormant, others affect you in more negative ways, others give better options. So comparing it to Casimir is a moot point.
Casimir did state in his that he accepted the deal, and along with that, welcome back. Along with that, after accepting the deal, he was not informed of the downsides, and he felt something tried to almost take him, but he was able to stop it. Yeah.
As we know, this has already been referred to the abbot as Strahd's curse. Strahd asked for immortality, for whatever reason. Whether it was a ruler's folly, somebody desiring more power, it doesn't matter. Either way, he asked for it and received it. Was probably not informed of all the downsides, or at least it was talked around a bit, akin to a genie. And when he rose from the dead, after Gavriel struck him down, it was probably something unexpected for everybody in that moment, including Strahd. Especially considering the fact that a second time through Castle Ravenloft, we saw all the claw marks, scratch marks, things akin to a wild animal, somebody that I would equate going crazy, having no idea what's going on, in a fit of anger and rage, uncontrollable power that they had never had access to until that point in time. It all makes sense. I also don't understand the point that we're trying to get to here.
It is just that after my meeting with the council, or our meeting with the council, and everything that we've learned here, whatever happens with Strahd, whether we beat him or not, my specific worry is that there is an element, there is a being, there is some kind of creature that we're missing who can either provide us insight in this case, or who's to say they won't start this again with someone else after we leave? That's what I'm saying. That's what my worry is. You may
No
think
guarantee.
you may think it's irrelevant, but based on what we've learned about Barovia, everything that's happened in here, it's not irrelevant. It's more than likely we're missing something.
Tomorrow, I've speculated on this, and our meeting with the council did bring a lot of clarity into why things are the way that they are. I could be wrong, but this council did get influenced by what, an elder deity kind of
Elder
thing?
evil.
An elder evil. And they feed off of suffering. Right?
Yeah.
What if the suffering of Barovia is exactly what keeps it alive?
More than likely.
Let's say we do defeat this ancient evil. My guess is that maybe Barovia ceases to exist for everyone. You killed future generations here. It would end suffering, but
It's possible.
Well, at that point, either you're right, it does. Everyone, bro, we just kind of, collapses in on itself and it dies. Or, like how the Shadowfell and Feywild happened, it just kind of spreads out to a different realm. Almost gets pushed in.
Again, I fail to see the point that's trying to be made here.
Just think he's talking out loud, trying to understand something.
No,
I
Strahd?
think-
Oh, go ahead.
I think it would be good to have more clarity on the time of events. But in the end, it just feels like it has to continue. That hypothetically, if it were to be stopped, then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty.
I mean, it makes sense in the realm of, as we've been told, dread planes. They
Yeah.
exist for their sole reasons to fulfill whatever created them, however they come to be. So, imagining if all suffering and anger and all that were to stop here, I imagine Barovia probably would cease to exist. But
I don't
eh,
think it would, destroy itself, but I get where you're coming from.
right.
Okay.
The dread planes are still a mystery to many, even myself.
Yeah,
Great.
probably as intended.
By the way, Amaris, with your passive insight,
Yeah.
you would have noticed that when Morden kind of was mentioned, Extanter's head just kind of raised up a little bit, just as a okay, got it, like noted. That's all.
I'm a kind of while they're kind of having that discussion with one another, I'm just gonna kind of shimmy on up to him and kind of whisper, "You know who that is?"
Who doesn't know the Master of Order?
And
He doesn't whisper that back, by the way. Go ahead.
He doesn't keep knowledge to himself.
I know.
I
know,
know.
it's
It's funny.
just-
Like, what the fuck,
It's
bro?
like the equivalent of like, hey, like, you know what's going on here? No, I don't. Like, it's
Or why are you whispering?
that kind of energy. But I'm just like, how does it make you feel? Or how do you feel about him?
Intrigued. Maybe we can have a chat one time. If everything allows.
Fair enough. If we, if we stay in contact, I mean, who knows, maybe you might be able to. Just gonna kind of retreat back to the conversation.
No, his head goes back and just listens to the rest as you guys had spoken out.
So before we continue this, Morrow,
Mm-hmm.
all this talking we're doing, everything, what are you trying to get at? What's the point here? Like, what are you trying to solve? Will this help us in the current situation?
It all goes back to when we had the dinner, and he said Strahd wanted one of us to step in and take over.
Yeah, a placeholder. Someone else to become like the Dread Lord, so he can go run
'Cause-
free.
But maybe that's not all he means. He knows he's trapped, and he's figured out that that not only are there entities or gods working against him, but there's someone who has been from the beginning, maybe influencing things. Maybe he's.
If I also may
Speculative.
interject, actually.
Go ahead.
This replacement has been going on for quite some time. Many of the people that he brings over to this realm suffer the same fate. He's looking for someone to take his position. To no avail so far.
And that's the thing.
Huh.
I think
Since we know we're not the first to play this game.
What are the
You know-
outcomes of some of these players?
All have perished. Except for some that he specifically keeps. Just at arm's length.
Which one are those?
Well, I don't know if they are still around anymore. But there used to be a man who used to live deep inside of the forest, living off of the land. He used to keep him around and stop any game coming from him, keeping the wolves, making sure he starved.
All King of the Mountain.
No, the King of the
Okay.
Mountain had long expired.
Wasn't by chance the guy who was part of the Zentarum?
I do not know who you are referring to.
Okay. Just some nobody we ran into in the woods near the lake.
This was nearly 50 years ago. The effort that I am speaking of, it is the most recent one that I can remember.
Got it.
Sometimes he lets them live and torture themselves in this land.
Fair enough.
that
Okay.
is the thing.
Also, I apologize. You may speak amongst yourselves. Give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I apologize.
Okay. And that is the thing.
Mhm,
He's always looking for somebody to take his place.
mhm.
There have been multiple players coming into this game.
Yeah, because he
We-
didn't know which one had the soul for the people to leave.
Yeah.
The ones that are Barovian born, blah blah blah.
And he knows, and we know, there are always other entities sort of influencing his suffering as he spreads it around. What
Yes.
if, right? Hypothetically, we kill Strahd,
Mhm,
we defeat him, we leave Barovia.
mhm.
Who is to say that this entity, this thing that has kept Strahd here, doesn't just bring him back. Makes him relive the suffering.
Then we kill him extra hard. Or something.
I've thought about that too, Morrow.
Yeah.
To be fair, nothing says that, but that's not really our problem.
What do you mean?
What do you mean it's not our problem, Thorn?
Our job, as of right now, is to kill Strahd, stop him as much as we physically can, come our deaths or not. Hence why Barovia has joined together in this effort to remove him from stepping on their necks. And if we are successful, then the hope is we leave. If this cycle continues after we're gone, if Strahd were to somehow come back years later, months later, that's not on us. We're here to do what we can, and some of these things are far out of our abilities to handle.
You know,
The people want to kill Strahd. We want to kill Strahd. It's a common goal right now, and is what we are trying to do, and we hope that it will be the end of this cycle if we manage to do it successfully. That's all we can really do, is hope, is operate on the knowledge that we have, which is still not a lot by all standards. And
Okay.
make sure that by the time we're done with it, we've hopefully come out on top.
But here's what I'm saying, Thorn.
Mm-hmm.
The point of 1, getting out of here, 2, killing Strahd, and 3, bringing all these people together to kill Strahd, to help us kill Strahd, is the hope that Barovia itself will be liberated.
No.
Don't
It is to
let me.
liberate.
I understand what you're saying, but let me finish.
Alright.
Is the hope that 1, we can escape, 2, the cycle ends, and 3, Barovia itself will be liberated. Barovia, as in the people who have been trapped in here, who have continued to live in this cycle, live in this poverty, can escape, get out, or be free. If Strahd comes back a month later, 2 months later, did we really do the job? Did we really end this cycle, kill him? Because it is my understanding, I'm not an expert in mercenary work. I'm only really a bodyguard. But to kill someone, knowing or expecting them to come back a short time later, maybe a month later or a year later, defeats the purpose, especially when this person or this being is a being like Strahd, creates a world that that we've lived in, like the people of Barovia, and causes suffering to those who live in that world and fight against him, like Ismark, like Irina, like
you don't need to give
the
everybody's name.
Burgomancers. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going... Like...
It's the thing. Your jobs are wrong. I'm telling you. That's the thing. These goals that you've said, they're not the goals. The goal is to kill Strahd. I have no intention of trying to free Barovia.
Well, then why?
This whole... Morrow, I let you speak. This whole operation, everything to do this... Look at us. We've come far. We've done so many things, as much as we possibly can. The fact that we've gotten to this point, that we've united an entire country after centuries of it being just nothing more than an abused dog in a corner, is incredible. However, at the end of the day, we are still people. We are not capable of ending whatever all of this is. As Xanthe said, just a few moments ago. Dread planes are not fully understood really by anybody, let alone by a bunch of dipshits from the Swords Coast. We can't figure out everything that's happening here, but what we can do is combine all of our efforts, all of our resources, and kill Strahd. That's what the people want. I have no interest in the Mist. I have no interest in Barovia returning to the state that it once was. I don't think it's possible. I think once something like this has happened, once a plane like this has come to fruition, I believe it is like that until, as Eileen said earlier, it either just stops existing or just continues a different cycle. Could Strahd come back years later? Possibly. There's nothing that we have that says he will or he won't. Again, that's all based on hope. We have no information about that. Could somebody else take his place? Somebody worse? Yes. Somebody better? Yes. Hence why he's trying to find somebody to take his place. Everybody else that he's played this game with has died and or failed and just become a nuisance in the forest. We're the first that have made it this far. We're the first that have not died to this game and have a chance of making it to this possible throne.
Are we sure about
There's
that?
nothing that we can know for sure about any of this except for the fact that we are trying to kill Strahd. Don't confuse my goals for anything else. I want us all to get out of here. That's the only part of the goal that it seems I agree with you on. The goal is for Strahd to die, hopefully permanently. My goal isn't to kill him for 24 hours, then we run out, and then it all goes back to normal. We're doing everything we can to make sure that he stays dead this final time. There's just no guarantee about it until we get more information. I'm just saying, do not confuse the goal of killing Strahd with trying to free Barovia from its misty shackles, because I have no intention of doing that. If it happens, great. If we find a way to do it, that's amazing. We can pursue it. If we don't, oh well.
Okay.
Adding on to that, because we don't know how this works, like really any of it, how it works, but we should stick to what we do know in terms of all this.
Exactly.
We know that Strahd is, at the very least, the cause of, the misery that's happening in in Barovia. We know that he goes out of his way to make it so that anyone and everyone has a pretty shit time, and the only ones who have any merit of power within this realm are those who also make other people have a pretty shit time. Thus, removing him from the equation means that, at the very least, there's no hierarchy of people having a very shit time. What happens until yes, there are plenty of possibilities in which someone could easily be the new head honcho, in which they could make everybody have a shit time. Yes, we're very much aware of that, but isn't that part of the reason why we rallied up the people? Is so that if things were to go bad or poorly, or decide, hey, things are actually becoming shit, that we can effectively have the people rally themselves to actually, prevent that sort of thing from happening. Like, yes, don't get me wrong, we in terms of what our goals are, I don't want to partially disagree with you in that we feel like we should at least try to have some form of idea of maybe helping out if it comes down to it, but at the same time, also agree that we can't just stick around or come in and check on it. Like, Barovia, it's its own place, its own people, and they should definitely have a moment to defend themselves, but we shouldn't treat them as if they're effectively a plant that we come back to water every couple decade, 100 years or so.
I just I think that, I mean, stop me if I'm wrong, Morrow. Morrow just wants to leave this place in the best possible he can, and for that, he just wants to make sure we have all the answers first.
We all want to do that. But the thing is, it depends on what we find. Some opportunities may not arise for us, and we don't have enough time left here to figure out every possible opportunity. Amaris was right in everything that we said. That's the whole point in the army, is not to just kill Strahd now, but to give these people the sense of community for them to be able to defend themselves in the future, because if all they do is rely on outsiders, then they're just going to get trampled by the next person that wants to sit on the fancy chair.
And alongside that, in terms of the mercenary work comment, I mean, they've seen then they've seen plenty of people just kill something and leave. In fact, jobs have sprouted up because someone killed something and then didn't take care of it properly, which meant that a new issue
Well, no.
came up.
Yes,
Mhm.
and that's what I mean. Is the job really finished if we kill Strahd?
Well,
We
that's
get out.
well, that's the thing.
And then the cycle continues again, maybe like a month and a half later, as a plane reforms itself. What I'm saying is this, and this is what I am trying to get at. There is something else behind this. There is that is pushing all these events, that's causing Strahd to try and get people to take his place so he can leave. Because as much as everyone else is suffering, and as much as he's causing their suffering, he is also suffering. And that feeds into the plane itself. But plane itself. I'm saying if we want to do this right, because by the time we leave this temple, there's no doubt in my mind, we won't have time for anything else. If we want to do this right, we have to really look into what was really look into how Strahd was made, the entity behind it, and how to sever that connection. Because not only does that make him weaker and easier to kill, that prevents the cycle,
From continuing.
and that also saves the people of Barovia from having to rise up again against a vampire lord. Because as much as we say, oh, the people of Barovia, they'll rise again and rely on themselves, Thorn, if we are not there for these people, they will die.
And then that's what happens. You can't be there for everybody all the time, Morrow.
But
You
what
can
I
only give people as much as you possibly can, which is what we're doing. And then, whatever happens to them in the future is theirs to decide. I agree with the sentiment to get as much information as possible here, which is why I keep asking the question, why are we standing around talking? We only have a few hours left that we're going to be here. The information that you all want to find, you should go and look for it, try to find it, let Exantha lead you to where we're trying to go. If we can find options that work, that's great. My words that I've been saying this entire time, from the beginning until now, purely rely on the information that we have at the moment, because that's how a plan like this operates. You work with what you have. If you get more, great, and then you adjust the plan accordingly. But if you don't get any more, then you already have a plan in check to work with. And that's what I'm doing. I'm taking what we have and I'm working with it at the moment. If we get more, amazing, share it, we'll figure things out. If we don't, that's it. The only part of this plan that's not changing is Strahd's gonna die.
Okay.
So please, find information. Go and find things. Find the answers that you seek. If we can help Barovia more then we think we can. That's great. I would love to. I'm just saying, don't count on it.
And what if that information says we shouldn't kill Strahd?
Well, it better be damn good information then.
When he says that, I'm just gonna look towards Eileen. Just to... I try to insight Eileen.
I will allow it.
Just on the whole, maybe we don't kill Strahd. I just want to see how she reacts to that. If she even did at all. Only 4.
You can either roll a deception or persuasion check as a GM roll to me, and we'll go on it from there.
Okay.
Whether or not you were trying to hide your intention.
I also
No.
I also just have to say, I do have to kill Strahd. It is part of this deal.
That's yeah.
Strahd has to die.
Well, then let's make it where killing Strahd doesn't cause any problems then. Because I'm not going to let you, get fucked over by not killing Strahd.
That's the plan. I would love to mitigate as many problems as possible, which is why you all should start looking around for information before we have to go back.
Eileen, with the roll, those are the pieces of dialogue that you pick up. Aknev.
Hi, that's me.
Yes, looking into Eileen. Eileen, how are you in the moment of when has to go against Strahd? Go ahead.
In all honesty, she was not listening.
Oh, that's perfect.
She was listening to something else. And you could tell she's listening to something else because it's like she's tilting her head to each voice that's like whispering.
Okay.
Turn over to Xanther.
Do you wish to go to the sarcophagi now?
Take me there.
Then follow me. We'll be passing through the library again for those that need it.
There's also...
Go ahead.
And then just one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
You said Strahd came in here and communed with one of the sarcophagus.
Yes.
Or one of the sarcophagi.
That's the one he's sending you to.
I am
Yes.
aware of that. I would say, before Strahd, or the week before Strahd became a vampire, did anybody else commune with this sarcophagus?
No. And that was his last visit to the temple. Before he turned.
How many times the first visit too?
No. That was not his first visit. He was a purveyor of the library for some time.
And did he say why he was looking?
Yes.
Damn, I don't know why he was looking for immortality.
That was never been stated. No.
Okay.
Did he?
No, I'm gonna ask Xanther. Why was he looking for immortality?
Make me believe fuck bitches.
Directly to me. He never stated it. I did try to find out, but he just needed to know how to obtain it. From what I could read at the time, I could tell it wasn't for a fear of death. That's all I know.
Xanther,
Yes?
did the council ever hide something? Or specifically lock something away?
Me? For the past few years. These past few decades I have no recollection of because of it. Therefore, they currently are hiding something very, very deeply.
Maybe
I
they
have
feel
yet to
like
find
that's
out. Hiding me away, however, is strange. What I possess is just the wealth of this knowledge. Whether it was from me finding out about your existence and your removal, as he looks over at Eileen, or whether or not it was something else. I do not know for certain.
It's just that during our conversation, I can still hear them talking. And they seem to have stated something that we can't find it, and they've already locked it away. So if you were the person that's locked, technically we unlocked you. So what would the other thing be?
It's important enough for them to hide away.
Did you just hear this?
Yes.
Then perhaps it was something you were looking for just now.
There's also what you mentioned earlier, Exantha, as Thorn points to the rubble in the hallway. That's relatively new.
Yes.
You had your mind all fucked with while that happened, and you made an offhand comment earlier saying you wondered if it was all right. What's behind it?
Another set of sarcophagi.
Maybe that's the one we're looking for.
It is
That's
not,
what I'm thinking too.
not the one that you asked, at least.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying was that's the one they're trying to keep us away from. The one that's might be helpful towards getting rid of Strahd or dealing with him. Maybe one of these sarcophagi have a beef with the whatever entity helps Strahd.
Can I
That's what
listen
I'm
in
thinking.
on the voices again?
Give me another perception check.
I'm gonna be, you know, I'm gonna be provocative on purpose to see if I can
12.
help Eileen with that.
Oh,
There's a bit of muttering, but you can't make any of it out. It's too faint.
damn.
You trying to be provocative to get them to like speak?
Yeah, you know, you get to like last time when I was getting a little too close and they got really pissy. Maybe to help Eileen hear it louder. But
Make me a performance check. I'll allow you to attempt, and tell me what you're saying.
so okay, let me
That'll depend the DC
yeah,
on this.
let me word this like maybe there's something, maybe they're hiding something on purpose, something that will either turn the tables or, you know, have their hold on Strahd, you know, lessen. Maybe an artifact, maybe a ritual, maybe the way they were formed, etc., etc. Maybe they're too scared to show it, you know, to keep it out in the open because they know it would be a problem.
Roll me a performance check.
Okay, I'm gonna ancient knowledge this because I'm gonna assume Aknev could piss people off back in the day.
Pretty good.
28.
I will allow another attempt from you, Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Thank you.
Yo,
Come
can I
on.
inspire them real quick? You know, since I was like talking and shit.
You were talking.
That's a bonus.
You were
That's a
talking.
bonus.
You were busy talking. Apologies.
That's whatever.
25.
Let's go!
Yeah.
The duo.
Come on.
Kyrie and Earth.
Wow. Okay. All right. Through what you immediately hear, you start hearing just a cacophony once again of voices as they suddenly get louder after Oknev starts speaking. You tune out Oknev and you start tuning in just these rapid sets. And mostly what you're hearing is, they heard, shut up, shut it! They, like, immediately a culling down of voices. I told you to be quiet. They can't know. But one faint voice that you're able to make out from the back, I would say, you know what?
That's a
Roll me a.
25 one.
It is a 25. Roll me a d4.
Come on, Eileen. You are a dream. That's 2.
2.
All right, with a 2 on that. Whether they find out that the curse gives only the means and not the gift itself is irrelevant. It's fine. Shut your whining, you useless pieces of... And then, cuts out. But that is what you... That is what you...
It gives the means, but not the...
It gives the means, but not the gift. You heard there that at least what you're trying to get here, the 1 week gap, you found out at least in that regard there, they're referring to the means. The gift that he has, the gift that what he spoke with, gives you the means to become a vampire. It does not give you the gift.
Oh,
Yo.
I knew it.
Well,
I
there
knew
was-
we were missing something, baby. I knew it. There it
You know
is.
what? You know what, Borf? You know what, Borf? Golf clap. Golf clap for you. Golf clap for you. That was
Wait. First of
What?
all, they took note of that spot, but they also said that it shows us the means of the gift rather than the gift itself. There are conditions.
With that 25 continued, you loudmouth! What does it even matter? They were going to find out. They can't. You can't accept that gift. Not them, at least. And then, that's what you hear. That's the final conclusion there. Something about you guys can't accept it. Go ahead.
I'll say
So-
that too. And they said
Yeah.
we can't accept it either.
You just hear screeches and then silence.
we can't,
you want.
we can't accept it.
they don't want us to.
They don't want us
Out
to.
of character.
No. It sounded like not like they can't. As in like no, we don't want them to. It's they can't.
They physically
Oh,
can't
like
do
we're
it.
incapable.
There are.
Wait a so
That
Okay.
means when Strahd came here for immortality, communed with that sarcophagus to get that gift,
he went searching,
he went
traveling.
searching. He wasn't given. He didn't accept the gift from it. He couldn't. Which means
He had to.
Find it.
He had
he
to.
had to.
He had to meet the conditions necessary to receive the gift.
So if we find the conditions by which the gift for the gift to be accepted, not only can we find out, not only can we figure out how, not only do we know then how he became a vampire, but maybe we can even reverse it.
Can I listen in just in case? Just in case
Uh,
they reacted to
the-
that?
The voices are real quiet at this point in time. Either you
Ah.
have been cut off, either you have been cut off, or they literally pushed themselves away for a moment.
Yes, yeah,
I-
Mars.
Why do we need to figure out the conditions?
Because these shadows are actively having us avoid it. They're
Which means it
already
might-
suspicious in the fact that they want suffering to continue, and that's how they live. If they don't
Right.
want us near something, that means it
But-
prevents them from continuing on their reign.
I more so mean. I'm more so pointing out why we need to find a means to reverse it. I think
It's
the goal here, since we know that there's conditions to be made, conditions to be had, is figure out what those conditions are and prevent people from accomplishing those conditions in the first place, if they are preventable.
I think they're there for.
we can't go back in time, Amaris.
Who said I'm going back in time for this? I'm saying if Strahd managed to meet the conditions, that means he had to have met them. Which means that we should find a way to, if we are going to go through with this, find a way to prevent someone from meeting the conditions.
So stop it from happening in the future, is what you're saying.
Exactly. You can still accomplish killing him. I don't think that's going to change.
That just
Maybe.
that would just be as simple as destroying the sarcophagus
We can't do
with
that.
that gift, and we can't do that. So
No. we can't, whatever it is, we can't accept it. We can't accept whatever it is.
Yeah.
We were told this, or, well, Eileen translated for us. Thank you, Eileen. I'm not saying that we destroy the sarcophagus. Like you mentioned, we can't destroy it. What I'm saying is we should find out what these conditions are and make it either next to impossible or impossible to accomplish them. At least if there's something that we can stop. We shouldn't try to dig into this to try to find a way to reverse this. We should try to just prevent the means of accomplishing it to
Next
be
time.
next to impossible or impossible. So that way
But-
this sort of thing can't happen, even if they do manage to find the sarcophagus for it.
But I think Mara was trying to say if we learn about it, maybe we can have a way to stop him, or maybe deal with him in a more efficient way. I could be wrong, Mara, but
It's more of if we understand the conditions. One, well, first I should ask Xantha this because he'll probably have a understanding. But once someone has communed with the sarcophagus and has either made an agreement under certain conditions with whatever being is there, if to say one of those conditions is no longer in place, or maybe invalidated, does that weaken the person, or does that stop the condition, or does that stop that or reverse it?
It depends on the case. What I can say is this particular one is non-reversible.
that was a good try, then, Mara.
But he can't accept the gift.
We can't.
You can't.
We can't do it.
I believe none of you can't, looking at you all.
But what does that mean? Why?
But why could Strahd?
I can't explain that part. Your answer lies in the sarcophagus if you wish.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
If we can figure out what that is, and then we make it so that it's impossible
For someone else to do it.
for that to occur. We shouldn't try to figure out how to reverse it. We should just try to prevent it from happening in the first place. Because let's be honest here, no offense, you are a man of knowledge. You are going to lead people to knowledge. The only knowledge that you hide is what is anything pertaining, well, at least anything in particular pertaining to what's inside and what the gifts are for the sarcophagus.
It is how I maintain this connection to this temple. I am
It's your
forbidden.
deal.
Yes,
Which-
Temple's like a
I can't.
patron then to you.
I can tell you I took one of the deals in this temple. But that is all.
And that is fine.
Exactly. Would you be opposed to us stopping that sarcophagus in the way that Amaris here is explaining, of blocking off access to it so nobody could utilize it in the future?
I would, yes.
Right. There's the other problem.
That's why I'm saying that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't block off the use of the sarcophagus. We should block up the conditions that allow someone to use it.
Impossible.
Right. You're wanting to find it out, but that's the thing. Usually those conditions are unique to said person, correct, etc.
No.
No? Okay.
They're all the same.
The conditions, however, are quite impossible to negate.
There you go. For example, we don't know the conditions that Strahd needed to fulfill to become a vampire, but we know the death of Sergei, so let's just hypothesize for a second for the sake of speaking. If one of the conditions was for Strahd to kill a loved one, we can't stop anybody else from doing that. That's literally impossible. So, if that's what the conditions are like, then yeah, there's not really a way for us to go about it.
Yes, but we don't know that that's what they're like.
We
That's
don't.
when I.
Okay.
We can figure it out. I'm just saying that even if we find it out, it might be a moot point.
Well, let's at least figure it out.
Let's.
And if it is something that we can potentially prevent anyone else from doing, then let's try it. If not, I mean, there's no harm.
All right, let's. Are we at the sarcophagus?
I will say that if you guys were doing this and walking, I can easily guide you to the sarcophagus.
Okay.
Please.
With the shield guardian following in tow and in suit after you guys make your way out over to here. I will say one quick thing, another remark he would have made. That is new as well. I'll have some cleaning to do. And he's going to head on up.
That actually begs the question that thing while we're walking here, Xanta. Outside of the room that you were in, there was like, as Eileen and Amaris described it, some upside down chest on the ceiling. And then directly below it, this floor below, there's kind of an abscess here where it looks like maybe it can be inverted or something was supposed to go there. What is that?
It is my own trap to deal with curious adventurers, and not truth seekers.
God.
Eileen looks away
So what
in
happened?
embarrassment.
So what would happen if someone touched that trap? Question asking for a friend.
If you were to touch the trap, the floor underneath would disappear, and you would fall all the way into the pit below. Those doors that were previously shut contained a golem, an amber one created by the wizards long ago. It would destroy anyone that had disturbed its place. I made sure that that was a disturbance with the skulls that had laid there.
Right.
Was there a bunch of treasure in the room with the golem? Or fake treasure?
There was some.
That golem, okay.
I would not advise touching any of it, though.
Of course, of course. Just
Now-
kind of smirks.
Yeah?
Walk, Eileen.
Don't fucking look at me, bro.
Walk, Eileen.
They're just gonna pat Eileen on the back, just like it's okay.
As
It's
you guys
okay.
as you guys are guided back to the library, Casimir's still kind of reading out. He actually has a spell book out, and he's just kind of like marking. He notes that you all came in. Just to fast forward here, he would have asked Xanther about a book. Xanther would help, but while he's helping, he would point to all of you. He would point to the stairs and point to a sarcophagus in particular.
That is the one you are looking for. Down there.
And if you all continue down to it,
See.
we will go back. We will go back actually over to. Sorry. Right here.
Do that here.
There you go. And then mark you here. I'll let me move that on the map also. T.
That's-
T.
Let me put the T
Okay.
back to the map layer. There we go.
Is there,
So, yeah, Mara.
is there anything written on it?
The sarcophagus?
I knew it was
Yeah.
this one. I knew it.
No. But he pointed out over towards this one. But there's nothing written in front of it. Just like the others, there. Go ahead.
No, nothing. Go on.
Just like the others, there is a sliver inside of it, and it is surrounded by an amber casing, but it is not anything else besides that. It is quite literally just a amber sarcophagus, almost similar to the others. The only thing is this room is a little special looking. So maybe these ones are a little more affecting in certain ways.
Hey, Xanta,
Yes.
before anybody interacts with it, can multiple people interact with it at once?
I have never tried.
All right.
Well, want
Well,
to?
That Well, Amaris and Mara were the ones that wanted to ask questions, so I figured they could do it at the same time. But that could be bad, so that's really just,
Just
that's
the
on you.
thought.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, who is not allowed to touch that sarcophagus?
What do you mean allowed?
Like, which one of us would be more susceptible to accepting the deal?
At this point, probably everybody. That's why I said in terms of touching the sarcophagi, that's really on you. Whatever choices you make there are your own, and whatever folly befalls you, well, it's also your problem. That's how strong do you think your own will is? And that question goes out to all of you, not just Eileen.
I mean, I know my cons and everything, and sort of thing. At least if it tempts you with wishes and such, I'm not really going to fall to it. However, if it's some form of magical effect, if it's depending if it's from some form of god, dead, hidden, or otherwise, it might pose to be a problem.
I mean, as Exanthus said, it cannot force you to accept the gift. It
If
can be very
only.
persuasive, but you can walk away.
It
There is
can
nothing about it.
It can't, and no one else can force you to. You have to be
Yeah.
willing to.
You have to do it yourself.
Mhm.
So someone
It
could
can
like
just make it
demand-
sound
Sorry. Go ahead.
really, really nice.
Appetizing.
Yeah.
In that case, I don't. In that case, I mean, I'll volunteer.
I'll try with you.
The only person that I think that absolutely should not, at least in my personal opinion, is well, to just go look glow over talkative is
I'm
you.
touching it.
No.
I have questions to ask.
You're not. I'm not allowing you to.
I'm sick of whatever you're doing here. I'm not making deals, but I am gonna talk to it.
Is he telling
Not-
the truth?
You can make an insight check. Octave, you can secret roll me a persuasion or deception, depending on if they're telling the truth or not.
Okay. It's not like I was just offered this earlier and I said no.
Your insight was 23?
Mm-hmm.
With that, Octave, you can go ahead and say.
He looks. Oh, 23. He looks as if he is just. I want to see options. I want to see what's going on, and also it's a little bit of just like. There's a little like spite of like, the Mars is kind of being like a watchdog all of a sudden, and it's kind of annoying for no reason. So he's doing this just to prove a point.
Well, it's not no reason. That should be
Oh,
pretty obvious.
I get that. But it's crazy.
If we're all going to be, if we can all commune with it at once, then it
I'm
won't
not.
really be an issue. But
He's not doing it.
I understand Thorn's not doing it. So that's his MO. But so long as no one accepts any deals, and I see no problem with Ocnev touching it, especially if we're going to be there. And I will also try and commune with it as well. But we'll see.
All right.
Then I guess it's not really a point of asking who do we not want to touch it if it's just going to be disregarded.
Well, that's what I was saying before, is that it's not a point of that. It's on everybody's own conscience here. Again, whatever you do, whether you make a deal or not, that's on you. And you'll be judged for it accordingly. So just be aware of that.
All right. Then does everybody besides Thorn gather around to touch the sarcophagus?
This is the one for the Strahd one, right? This one, the one
That is
in a
what
vampire.
that is what Exanther said. Yes.
I don't. No, not this one.
Okay.
Agnes not touching this one. He doesn't care enough about this one.
Okay. Then the three of you.
Oh, oh well, actually, yeah. I don't know if Eileen is touching it.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, yeah, no, it's 4 DM.
No.
That's just said he's
okay.
not touching it.
Oh,
Neither
okay,
is
sorry.
Strahd.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Misheard.
All good.
All right, yeah.
All right. Then do all of you reach out and touch it? I need a confirmation from Amaris, Maro, and Eileen.
Mm-hmm.
Touch the butt.
Yes.
Just
I'm touching
touch
the butt.
Touch the butt.
I touch
Yeah, yeah, sure, I guess.
Okay.
I don't touch no booty cheeks in here.
You don't
As
touch booty
you-
cheeks?
No.
As your hands all go and reach out for the sarcophagus, there almost feels like a quick wave of pressure pushing you off as you're about to touch it. Then almost perfectly like a magnet, within about an inch, your hand almost gets grabbed into it. The surrounding world around all three of you begin to dwindle down quietly. Before you all hear three vessels and not one worthy. What is it you've come for?
Information.
You'll get none out of me. I come here bearing gifts, and yet none of you are willing to receive.
Well, what are the gifts?
There's a quiet for a moment.
I will not waste my breath on you. If you wish to hear my gift, then you have to give yourself. Everything that you are, every desire you have, everything needs to be for you and yourself. No one else. If you can damn those around you, I will speak to you. If you wish to continue your lives as you are, then let go.
Is that what it takes to be worthy to speak to you?
Yes.
Have you ever found anyone worthy?
Let go.
Or is it just gonna let go? I got my answer.
All right. The world around you kind of focuses back in, almost as if everything was like blurred out for a moment. Even if anyone had talked, if you had heard speaking upstairs, even with your amazing hearing, it was all focused in on this for a moment.
You know, I want to let go, but I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna say one more thing. Because I think I can persuade it.
Oh, let's go. My go.
You say we are not worthy. We know that people have come to you before. The council has said that we cannot accept it. That we are not allowed to accept your gift. And I don't know if anybody has ever been worthy of your gift. But I do know that there is somebody who claims to have received your gift. You don't have to tell us anymore. But what I say is this. You are a being of great power. You say that we have to damn everyone around us. That we have to accept your gift only for ourselves. And nothing more. There was a man who came in, who I believe came to you for immortality. I don't believe you gave him that gift. I don't believe you gave him the means. I just want you to tell me if Strahd von Zarevich has received your gift or has been given the means to receive your gift.
Make me a persuasion check.
Eh? My goat?
This is it. This is where I'll know. Oh man, really wish Octo was in here, man.
I want to.
Okay, that's... You know what? Before you say anything,
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking about using inspiration.
It is up to you, my guy.
I say you wanted the answer for this.
I go for it. Go big, go home, right?
You know what? This feels big enough.
It got some girth to it, got some weight.
This feels like... This is big enough, right? This feels like a big enough answer.
Why are you asking us? You know the answer. You got this.
Like... You know what? I'm gonna roll the dice. Because like any
Okay.
like inspiration is gonna help me anytime in the future. I already lost my soul.
Bro! That's-
It's-
So I'm just gonna
Inspiration.
see.
Go ahead. All right.
16.
That's two more. That's two more.
Okay. That made the difference.
What? The threshold?
Of course he accepted it. Do you not see his glory now? And unlike you, he had the means. You and you.
You suddenly feel louder in your head as well, Eileen, in that moment.
You're too selfless, working for the others. You're too good inclined.
And both of you lose connection.
It's me. It's me.
You are both also given, with that 16 persuasion, with that knowledge there, you now know what the condition is.
Yep.
You have to be of evil alignment.
Shit!
It ain't you.
Eileen looks at
Could be.
Morrow.
Now we know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Now we know what happened.
Well, you need to be pure evil ambition.
So,
Makes sense why. There's nothing we can do about that.
so Strahd was evil from the get-go then, before all this. That we can confirm that at least.
To say from the get-go, maybe not.
To take the
that's-
deal, he was.
But at the time of the deal,
Yeah.
in his mind,
I'm pretty...
and according to this DM, is Is it specifically just evil alignment, or is it
You have
lawful
to-
evil, neutral evil?
You
or-
just have to be. You just have, as far as you know, you just have to be evil. And
He
it seems that
was-
none of you are evil inclined.
He was
Okay, I'm like,
evil or selfish enough to, one, accept the deal and gather the means, and then two, become immortal. I don't know. We didn't really get any other details in regards to that, but that does explain how he became
all
a
right.
vampire.
What? So make him good and that shit, the deal will end or some bullshit.
No, Xanther already said it was already irreversible.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was just the condition to accept.
Yeah, yeah.
That wasn't the condition to, or the means or anything in that regard. There it may have nothing to do with your alignment after the fact.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll also say, I will also say, insight check from everyone who touched it.
All right.
That's me, baby. I can do this shit easy.
Let's go inside on.
Easy, you can do this.
This shit easy.
Never mind. Oh wait,
Easy.
It's
I thought-
easy.
it's so easy.
That's a 16. That's not bad.
Oh,
Damn.
dude,
Yeah.
y'all be popping.
Eileen, you felt something wash over you, but you weren't sure what. Amaris, Maro, both of you, with what it said, and specifically on the moment when it was saying that none of you could, if you wish to not be to let go, you both felt something. It was very faint, but something hit you for a moment. With everything that occurred, and with you just kind of thinking back on the moment and feeling in, it was offering the chance to change your alignment right then and there.
Oh.
That's where it is. That's what happened.
Not necessarily, but
Therefore, technically, he could have been not evil up until this exact moment.
That is the point.
Yeah. he could have been.
He was like a conqueror, right? In
Yeah.
the sense
Mhm.
he's trying to take over this land just to give him that extra ambition.
But
Deadass
remember,
changed his alignment.
he
Girls on
came
that-
to the temple looking for immortality.
Which is a pretty evil thing to do, to be fair.
Yeah. He wasn't looking, and he wasn't scared of dying. He was just maybe like an eternal conqueror, you know, like I want to conquer forever kind of bullshit.
Yeah. Like, this is forever
know,
my place. So we know he could have not been evil coming in, but he also could have been evil coming in. All we know is that you have to be evil, and if you're not, it's willing to make you evil.
We know that it could, if you're willing, it changes your alignment.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not already.
So that time when he went to the sarcophagus, he communed with it. The one time he had came multiple times looking for a way to be immortal, looking for a way to live forever. For what reason, we still do not know.
But he found something.
He touched the sarcophagus. A deal was made where in his mind, where his alignment possibly changed, or he was offered his chance for immortality as long as he used it for himself, as long as he was selfish in accepting his gift. And then afterwards, that's his last visit to the temple. He leaves. A week later, Sergei dies, Tatiana dies, and he rises up a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
So it's right there. That was the incident. That was the incident. His alignment changed.
Well, again, we don't know if his alignment changed. He could have already been.
He could have already been,
But still, it's
You don't
still.
know.
but
If it wasn't, if I'm assuming this is all out of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I'm just gonna quickly say in character. Just you definitely do have to be evil, but there is also a sense of
But not
it
evil.
willing to make you evil.
Like it has to feel like potential in you or something.
Some form of selfless goal, a selfish goal.
That's it. That's the key.
You have to be really passionate about something to the
Yeah.
point in which you don't care about others in order to accomplish it.
That
That's
is
the
not always
main thing.
necessarily what evil means, but
Well,
a generalization.
I'm more so speaking on just in general. I know that that's not evil itself, but it's
I know. Should possibly help enlighten you. I am
Repeat.
considered evil.
Fair.
Do you see me as such?
Maybe if we met different circumstances, I won't lie to you about that.
Exactly. So what is evil? Don't think about that too hard. That's just a
Don't do this
question
right
of a
now.
book I've read. I was just wanting to see your face on that.
the point I'm trying to make is that evil or not is irrelevant.
It's that
It's
Ambition.
that there's
it's the
exactly.
selfishness, the ambition, the wanting to do things for yourself, specifically not being selfless. That selfless
And it's with that
when he accepted.
yeah, yes, you could, yes, evil, let's just kind of put up air quotes, is where this sarcophagus is willing to switch you over if you if you at least badly enough want what it's offering.
All of that is correct.
So who's and you're saying the gifts are this gift is irreversible.
The gifts themselves are. However,
The gifts. Oh, go ahead.
for what you've at least learned, this isn't the gift, it's the means.
To get the gift.
Then what's that? But then how did he get his gift?
We wouldn't know if we took the deal.
He used the means. Whatever those means are is what I can't say.
Right. How much do we care about finding out about where he got this gift? Honestly,
0.
that's 0 for you.
It is the source of his power
But how much do you care about finding out? Be honest.
immensely.
Immensely for you. Amara Faline.
Before I answer that, could I try to listen in again, just in case voices are talking again? Talking shit.
Fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck
He's
him up,
going
fuck him
to need. Hold on. I'll roll. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll something for them.
Come on, yappers.
How
Talk to us.
They've been yapping so much now they decide to stay quiet. Come on now. This is their
Well, because you heard-
home. They can speak
Because
all
they
they
knew you were
want.
talking. They knew you heard them. Like, oh, if you kept on the download, they would keep yapping. You're like, oh, actually, they said this. And like, they can hear us. You know?
It would have been really funny if we were just like
But they're
me.
kind of egotistical.
I mean, yeah. Like,
Yeah, the voices are still silent at the moment.
Damn.
no, they know you're like nosy ass. They ain't telling you shit no more. So, Eileen, how about you?
God.
God?
Oh, wait a minute. Eileen.
The fuck?
Eileen.
That's more than a holy dust for us. Like,
God?
Eileen.
Yes, Morrow?
All right. I just answer this for me real quick, right? Because I've thought about this, and I think I've piece something together.
He's piecing.
Okay.
Strahd touches the sarcophagus.
Mm-hmm.
He agrees to the deal to receive the means to become immortal, and then he leaves. Obviously, he has to get the means to do it. A week later, he dies. A week later, he dies due to the events of Sergei, Tatiana, and Gabriel shooting him. The question is, where did he get the mean? What are the means, and where did he get the means to, one, receive the gift that he received, and then two, become immortal, which is the gift he wanted to receive.
But you think he killed his brother to the power?
No, the
because-
council.
The heart. No, he didn't have the heart till then.
The way in which he received the gift, even though he may have killed his brother and led Tatiana to her death, it wasn't in that moment either. Wasn't it in
When he was
your
killed.
vision? Someone shot him,
Hmm?
and then he became that?
Gabriel ordered for him to be killed. He was shot. And then when they checked the body, he fell into the ground and rose again as a vampire. Ask Gabriel. Gabriel?
Yes.
Who shot Strahd?
It was my men. I believe you still carry one of them.
You remember you had the skull that you had spoken to in Kresik. The skull that you had stolen from Fiona's abode.
Oh.
And he had said that he was the one that shot.
He was the one.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
He was-
he said he had fled and was tracked down and killed by and tortured by Lavina.
Lavina Wakta.
Yep.
What if? The council said they weren't involved in Strahd's creation. It wasn't them.
That is what they said.
What if one of them is lying? What if one of them
I have an
Gave-
idea.
the means by which to give him the gift?
Can I, with my keen mind, can I pull an insight check?
Ooh, okay. Like remember the moment, photographic memory, just trying to go through the
Just
faces,
close
about
our
the faces,
eyes,
the voices.
cross our arms, try to think.
I will allow this. I'll allow it, but do I want to give disadvantage? I'm thinking.
Oh, I was gonna say,
Go ahead.
the council or whatever really can't physically do things. So
Well, not now.
throwing it out, throwing it out there.
Go ahead.
Maybe they had an agent. Maybe focus on that factor.
Maybe they had a what?
An agent,
An agent.
someone doing their will to move Strahd towards this. A benefactor. That's all.
I'm not gonna give it disadvantage. Roll me an insight.
That is.
I'll say insight or investigation on the check here.
Ah!
You don't know.
You got the inspiration? I know
No,
you
I don't.
do.
I don't.
You don't?
Hold
You
on.
of all people?
Hold on, hold
Mr.
on.
DM.
I wasn't given inspiration.
Hold on.
Mr. DM.
Were you not?
No.
I thought you were at a point.
The last
No.
people who got inspiration were me and Oknev.
No, I know that, but I could have sworn like way earlier in the campaign, like middle point.
Oh, earlier, but she used that.
I used it.
Fuck, Earl Berry.
Wait a minute. DM.
Yeah.
Does this? Wait. She used insight. I thought she was gonna use investigation. I was
Well,
gonna
I
say,
said it could have been either. It could have been either.
Damn. If it
It
involves
would have
undead.
been. It would have been the same roll.
I was about to say, but if it involves undead,
Are they really undead? They're
Um,
just spirits.
actually, no. He brings up a point.
yeah.
Not
Oh.
undead. It's because of who Eileen is to them.
Oh.
Technically because they kind of spoke to you and the way that you know them legitimately, because well, not created by directly, but you know what I mean. I will allow advantage because they were speaking a lot more to you in a very particular way.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll
All right, there
allow
you
it.
go, girl. All right.
Much
Okay,
better.
20.
Was that
28.
insight or investigation?
It's insight.
You know, in a lot of ways, there was a cacophony of voices, so each one to pinpoint is a little bit hard in the regard there, but for the information that you were trying to draw out, you remember a specific point, and you know it to be truthful. They did not intervene with his process, but they reaped from it, and maybe guided it along. But they were not the ones to give him the gift.
Morrow. These spirits, they feed off of sorrow, anguish, torment. What was everyone's feelings when they found out their lord killed his brother? And maybe potentially found Tatiana's, like, fallen off the tower. What were they feeling?
I'm gonna ask Gabriel how he felt. Gabriel.
I heard. Sergei was my duty. But along with that, he was also a dear friend. I was blinded by rage. But I don't think I would have done anything different if I wasn't. I hated him.
And we knew Tatiana loved him. She must have felt so much sorrow when he died at the hands of her fiancé.
But we know this.
But what did they feel, Morrow? That's what I'm asking.
Gabriel said he felt immense rage at the time.
Immense hate.
Immense hate.
Then, if they feed off of that torment, and they reaped the gains of that action, does that mean that he got the gift because he was killed by someone who hated him?
That's part of it. You hear from upstairs as you see over, and you can swear, even through the faintness of the skull, you can almost see a cracking smile. And with that, we're going to go to break.
Oh my god.
You hit a technicality where he's allowed to say that.
Yes! I knew it! Yes! Damn, I'm good at Clue, baby. Don't say otherwise. Yes!
We'll be up.
Yes!
See you guys in a minute.
We'll
Be
be
right back.
back.
I'm cooking!
For a while? Oh boy, dude.
No. It wasn't planned for us. I was waiting for a while.
Oh, okay.
I came in at like the crux. You guys are still muted when you guys are like, and I unmuted when you start talking.
Got it.
All right,
All right.
let's just.
Get us back in there as well, Eileen, and we'll just start this up. So,
Gosh,
for everybody,
I do.
for everybody there, for just making this quick so we can continue on with what we have here. The party themselves, after gathering the knowledge that they had and kind of going at each other for any information they can gather, they started kind of uncovering the beginnings of how Strahd came to be as a vampire, the deal that he made, some of the requirements, and so on and so forth. One of them being that the bearer has to be evil when accepting the information. That the information itself is the means to the gift, and the acceptance is not itself the gift. And last but not least, part of the gift for the means of it is to die at the hands of someone you hate, which was completed by the order that Gavriel gave to kill Strahd. With that. That is all you have learned, and we are back to where we were. So please continue on. That is what you last learned.
All right. He had to be killed by somebody he hated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I look up question while they're doing all this? Do you have any books on the crystal hearts that's in Castle Barovia?
What crystal heart?
God damn it! There's a giant pulsating heart in the middle of the tower in Strahd's castle. Do you have any idea what that might be?
Interesting.
It's made
No.
of crystal.
No, I don't.
Do you think it's like a
Unless it's
phylactery?
extremely strong emotions in people that are nearby it.
That too.
It also applies to Strahd somehow, or at least we've assumed whenever we have combated him outside of Castle Ravenloft. He'll, as you
say
know, have a healing nature.
You
And
say, I'm sorry, you said it's in the castle, though.
It's in the
Yes.
castle, propped up.
it's hanging in the tower.
Hanging in the
Mm.
tower.
In one of the towers.
Yes.
Mhm.
What else is there? Strong
That's
emotion, like
new.
Dawn said. What else is there?
Something I don't know of. Possibly done
Whatever.
in the last decade.
Whenever we heard Strahd outside of Castle Ravenloft, he has his healing factor, of course, but it only lasts for so long. Eventually he'll snap his fingers and all of us will hear a heartbeat, and we'll actually be able to start doing consistent damage to him that's staying longer than it normally would, and that's usually when he retreats home. So we
Yeah.
assume that has to do with the heart. We also have noticed through exploration here a parade of souls that dump itself into the crypts of Castle Ravenloft that march from many directions in Barovia.
That is the council's doing.
Got
Of
it.
course. Is that for more thorough?
That is the souls that failed in their objective to take down Strahd. They march in an attempt every night, only to come to their doom, in which they fall in the East Tower.
Got
Is
it.
there
So
a-
just eternal failure for those who have failed.
Yes,
Yeah.
reaping the souls even further.
Makes sense.
Is there a way to, I don't know, break that cycle? If you had an idea,
Not
because
without
it's really
dealing with,
thick to.
not without dealing with,
The
not
council.
without dealing with the ones that control it.
Ah,
That is not
never mind.
Strahd's. That is not Strahd's direct doing, but he does have influence.
Okay. Another question. There was a ritual commenced upon kind of look towards the Mars. The Mars's people, or friends in a way, where now there's like blood rain that happens from time to time. Strahd is
Some-
struck at. Go on.
It's none of my people. It's we know why the blood rain happens. Blood rain is a result of injuring. Well, at least it comes around in terms of. Oh, sorry, the blood moon comes around, and we know it's related to the blood moon. But what do you know about when blood rain happens?
He commenced a ritual after. What's the man's name who helped you, Amaris? The Archangel or whatever you called him.
As I'm still looking at, well, looking towards where
Exanther?
Xanther is.
The one that helped you? Or the abbot?
There's
No,
a different.
The abbot help you?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the blood rain.
Ah, as for the blood ring,
And he's going to go ahead and repeat some things that you kind of knew out of it as in a religious standpoint, but nothing that applies to this.
And then
Just for brevity's sake. He doesn't
Fair,
seem to know
fair.
about that one.
but what do you know about the ritual dealing with like attacking an angel or whatever and using their blood for something?
there is many different forms of rituals that could use or corrupt those that have the essences of gods. It is generally considered more occult in nature, and it is not. It is the perversion of holy magics. I don't know the exact effect. There are plenty to go through with it.
Hey.
Yes?
While we're discussing, I'm just gonna head upstairs until we feel like we're resolved.
I'll go with you.
Alright. She's gonna head upstairs.
As
Okay.
will I.
All right. If there's any book or anything or any piece of information you wish to know, Exanter will guide you to a book of it, if he has something on it.
I think I'm good.
All right, fair enough.
But I think I'm gonna pull out a pen and paper. Or cold paper, if you will.
Fair enough.
DM. The model we have of Castle Ravenloft doesn't have the heart.
No, does not. The model nor the blueprints that you picked up either.
It's the original Castle Ravenloft
Yeah.
before any add-ons.
OG shit.
Yeah. Can I just like I want to go back to the memory I saw when Strahd died
Uh-huh.
because they looked at his body.
Yeah, they were approaching it. They were a few feet away from it before it started rising back up.
I just want to look back, right? Because I'd seen Strahd in sort of regal clothes or whatnot, or sort of jewelry or whatnot. Was there anything odd on that body now that I look back at Gabriel's memory? Anything that was there that maybe he missed?
He wasn't dressed in any form of armaments. He was dressed in royal attire. Seemingly, now that you know, also being on the wedding day, possibly fitting for just being an attendee in that regard there. They were a little bit in a disarray from both the shots and both some of the scuffle that ensued. But everything that you're thinking of when looking at him, the only thing that is of note is when he rose, his skin grayed, his eyes reddened, his nails extended, and his features just were much more of a monster.
He's a monster. A monster, Harry.
It's kind of what both caused your men to immediately fight back, and also some run in terror
Okay.
after some were getting just absolutely gored.
And when when Gabriel saw Sergei's dead body and saw Strahd, same thing?
Make me a investigation check.
I feel like I'm playing Phoenix, right?
Let me see if I put it down there, but I'll allow an investigation check here. Let me see the roll first.
Oh, almost a 20. But
8,
then again, that doesn't really happen.
8 total.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure I didn't put something down in your notes. Sorry. It would be over here. Nope. You said this open door. You walk in. With an 8 total.
Hmm.
With an 8 total, you swear that there's something there, but you can't put your finger to it.
I'm gonna call out to Xanther for a second. I just want to ask him something from upstairs.
Yes.
While your mind was gone, were you still aware of some things? As like Rahadin constantly making trips in and out of here?
No. I wasn't aware that he was, but he has been for quite some time.
Got it. He went through with a ritual that we didn't really get to see much of when we arrived here. However, we saw him swallow a live frog.
Hmm.
And whenever we were close enough to him, maybe it was some innate ability or something, we saw him as some purple, disfigured thing compared to his usual elven stature that you would see from a distance. So you know what that ritual might have been?
I do. I spoke with him about it.
What is it?
It is not something that it was given from this temple. It is something he devoted himself to. He became a folk tale of his people.
Mhm.
A cursed dusk elf. Or, in his native tongue, a Githok.
Interesting.
It
Why?
is a morphing of the creature. It is one to known to bring death. It is a ancient... I would not call it a fairy tale, but something of the sort to his tribe and his people. Something they believed a monster to put them into fear, or possibly a monster that existed at the time that they had to fight, or possibly a symbolization of a upbringing and an uprising in their tribe from a prior time.
Mhm.
That he didn't even know himself, but he swore to maintain those ideals and become one himself. He said he did it for Strahd, to make sure he could achieve his goals.
Interesting that you say that, which brings a
Now,
different.
Also,
Sorry. Mhm.
to finish this as well, I don't believe that is what caused it to occur.
Mhm.
I've noticed this place treats you as you exude yourself to be.
Mhm.
I believe that was possibly the mist itself or the council's doing that caused him to turn like that.
Right.
And as you had seen with the sword, you probably also saw at some points it wasn't true.
Mhm. Which makes sense, especially going off of what everybody's theorizing down there and everything, especially parts with the council. It makes me wonder, though. Just maybe you know, maybe you don't. When Strahd turned, this night that we keep going over again and again and again, and Tatiana killed herself, pregnant with child, on her wedding day, assumingly to Sergei, as we know they were in love. Gavriel and his men exerted a coup on Strahd in the quick moments of seeing the fall of the person that they were sworn to protect, Sergei. But in every instance of this, We see Strahd with Sergei's body, but never the actual act of Strahd killing his own brother. We assumed it was an act of passion for a while, assuming that Strahd was in love with Tatiana. Whether that's true or not doesn't matter. But having never seen him commit the act, is it true, or even likely, that in Rahadin's dedication to Strahd and the pursuit of everything that he's been working towards, that Rahadin killed Sergei?
No,
He is a skilled assassin after all.
no.
It's not.
There is no trick here.
So Strahd did indeed kill his brother.
Strahd killed Sergei, yes.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Well, that at least answers that in my mind. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And just to also clarify one last thing. Although Rahadin was committing himself to be as he was to serve Strahd, the screams were real. Those were the souls and the people trapped within him. The ones that he killed.
The screams that he would unleash on others.
Yes.
Interesting. But if he... You said he'd been here many times before your mind was blanked. When we came upon him here, he was seemingly begging that statue, or somewhere down below, assumingly the council now, to free Strahd, saying that he would do what needs to be done in order for Strahd to be let go from this. Do you have any insight on that?
Strahd
Is that just from the curse of vampirism or Barovia or what?
Strahd is as trapped here as you are.
Right.
He is not fond of this. He's a tormented soul and a troubled individual fought before he became an empire.
Mm-hmm.
This place is his own personal hell.
So you think Rahadin's pleas were to free Strahd from this place, as Strahd is trying to do ever so diligently?
I do believe so. Rahadin was dedicated to the entire von Zarovich clan, but especially to Strahd after the death of King Barov.
Makes sense. Okay. Just wanted to be sure about that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Thorn.
Oh.
I need advice on if I should do something or not.
Sure.
I feel like maybe it's my empathy or something, but I feel like he should know where my soul comes from.
You want to tell him that there's a technical relation between you?
Yeah.
Why? If you don't mind my asking.
I feel a kinship to Irina, Tatiana, even Marina. I mean, she's the one who allowed me her bow.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have the soul of I have the sword of... from the soul of my father.
Mm-hmm.
And... it's strange. When I was... hidden in the castle before I came by... He had sympathy for his brother.
Mhm.
I can only assume he cared about them so much. I feel like... he has a right to know.
I understand the sentiment. If it's something that you wish to do, I advise possibly a letter, as docking with Strahd in person isn't really an option anymore, lest one that is safe. But if you do make this decision, I ask that you leave all the information about the council doing this out of it. Strahd should not know why it happened, nor how, only that it just is.
She'll nod. Okay. I will. And I won't put that information there.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also just take it under advisement, since you do have empathy and all that. Letting Strahd know this, it might not be a good thing for him. You feel like he has a right to know, that's on you to decide. But this is a psychological blow to him. For if he doesn't know, and if he never had any idea, you are the technical daughter of somebody that he, well, we assume was in love with at one point. All of the actions that he's done towards you, whether violent or not, if he does carry that much remorse for everything that happened to Tatiana and Sergei, he might not take it well. He also might think you're mocking him. However, you haven't been one to lie to him in the past. Either way, this information will not be met with a thank you, I appreciate it. It could be really bad on a lot of fronts.
Okay. I'll expect it to be bad.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna start writing it.
All right.
DM,
Yes.
I'd like to go to Xanther.
Easy enough. You can go upstairs.
Yeah, I just need clarification on something.
What is it?
You know, we've talked about other players, but I am curious, how many other players have actually come to you, if you can remember it?
Do you mean other people that come to this temple?
Yes, other people, not other people that come to the temple, other people that have been brought in through the mist to, defeat Strahd, other people like us who are in this
Hundreds.
situation.
I don't know the exact number, but hundreds.
They've all come to this temple.
No, I apologize. I thought you meant to defeat Strahd.
No, no, no.
Of the other players,
Yeah.
I believe you all are the first ones, at least that I am aware of. I am not aware of the previous 2 decades or so.
You're a smart guy. Assuming we kill Strahd. Do you... It's ridiculous to say this, but hypothetically, right? If we kill Strahd, would that free him?
I truly don't know. No one else has ever managed to do so.
Would you happen to know any magic that can replay or elicit memories?
There are some.
I don't know if this will work, but could you potentially elicit a memory from a soul currently attached to a body about one night?
I believe I can. But the target has to be willing.
I'm going to ask Gavriel.
If you are going to ask Gavriel to replay the night for the group about what happened, I'm totally down. Are y'all okay? All right.
Yep.
If that is what you're at least asking,
That
for
is-
Gavriel,
Yeah.
If it's what you need me to do.
Oh, okay. I need you to play the night that Strahd was killed from Gavriel's memory.
This will be a minute. But please,
'Cause-
come on.
Okay.
if so in this regard, he can, because there actually is a spell for this. But hold on. Okay. So as this is and as this is going to work here,
Mm-hmm.
there is a spell for this, but well, actually, let me see the limitation. Yeah, screw it. Okay.
Stand still but for a moment, please.
He grabs onto your head for a second as he races
Before
his
we-
hand
actually,
around the top
before
of
we-
your... Go ahead.
Before we start,
Uh-huh.
I want to ask him, will other people see the memory, or will it just be you and me?
Other people will. That was your intent, was it not?
Yes.
All right, then.
All right.
He rests his hand onto your head.
1 second. I need to go to Oknev.
He lowers his
Ok.
hand.
Just
Go
1
ahead.
second. Oknev. I need you to watch this memory for me.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
In this memory, I need just here's specifically what you're going to look for. I need you to tell me everything that was on Strahd when he was killed. Everything that was on Sergei that he was killed. Everything that was on Tatiana when she killed herself. And anything that was said or whispered or mouthed. Can you do that?
Sure. I think I can figure that out.
We can show it to everybody, just so you know.
Okay. That's fair enough, but I don't know whether they'll watch or not, but I need this specific. If I'm right,
He's going to take the top of your head and he's going to hold on to it for a second. You feel his hands almost, although they're not moving, you feel traces of the fingers almost extending into your brain once they're on top of your head. You feel it pressing a bit forward. Do you allow it?
I will allow it.
The stinging becomes immense as it feels that there is physically something rummaging through your brain for a moment. Then a minute. Then 20. Then an hour. You wince, and your head suddenly feels okay. His hand has been removed, and he's just kind of looking at it currently, and not directly at you, as you're just kind of wincing from the pain of it all. Aknev, he just tapped his head and held it there for about 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, we're wincing then. That's crazy.
No. Then, for any of you guys that saw that, which should be all of you guys if you wish to, he then moves over to here, makes sure that the door is closed over here, and with a bit of magic, he moves his hands and throws up onto the wall where the hidden door is. It's kind of a flat set wall.
Mm-hmm.
A flat image of your view shows up onto the screen, kind of like a projector.
Yo,
All right.
movie night.
It's movie night!
Let's
Bro.
go.
Bro, I've been waiting for this.
It replays the night of that from Gavriel's perspective, which is
Can
still
we-
Gavriel Zamfir's
Can we
page.
pause it?
Pause. Enhance. Rewind.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Why not? Why not? Why not?
Yes.
Actually, that's not technically in the spell, but screw it. He's amazing. He's amazing.
Okay.
All right. That being said, we're going to go through it step by step in this.
Got it.
As he goes through, we see Strahd turning a corner and just yelling out "wait," and you barely see him passing. It's kind of a quick image, but it's recognizable from the voice.
Okay. There, as he's yelling, wait. One, is there blood on his hands?
There's blood trailing from him, like in footprints almost.
But there's no blood anywhere else.
No, nothing that you can spot in that exact moment. If you're kind of like stopping it on the screen there.
Okay,
It seems to just kind of be there.
Thorn will tell Morrow what Xanther told him, that Strahd did indeed kill Sergei,
But
if that's what he's looking for.
it's
Xanther still
yes, it's yes and no, but yes and no, but
Xanther's still kind of just holding the spell into the screen at the moment and is just kind of pausing right there.
all right, continue.
Continuing on forward through the memory, you rush the corner and turn into the room in which you see the dying green eyes of your friend Sergei.
All right,
On the floor in a pool of blood.
just gonna pause it.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna check on Sergei's body. One, like where is he stabbed, and then two, is there anything else on him?
Now, I can give an investigation check for y'all on this one, for the people that are watching.
Sure.
I'll watch. I'll take a pause from writing to like look up like, oh, what's playing?
Night of the Living Dead, girl. We gotta go.
21.
21.
Is it possible I could try to use Know Your Enemy to figure out anything about him while he's laying there?
Sergei, the dead body of Sergei?
Yeah, if it's paused.
me-
Like,
I'll-
can I gather
I'll
anything
allow.
from it?
I'll
Okay.
allow an attempt, but I need you to roll.
Roll which?
I would say int plus athletics.
Int plus s plus ass. Int plus ass.
Int plus ass.
Okay, so
You got
this will
brains
just
and
be
ass.
a.
Go ahead.
This'll so this will just have an extra +1 onto this then.
Mhm.
So okay, I'll just roll athletics. So that'll be 14 then.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
A fairly physically fit individual. Like in comparison, as you're just kind of looking at him, he is your lesser, but barely.
Okay.
In that regard there. If you are kind of looking for the other stats, it's some of them are a little more self-explanatory, and it's hard to tell his mobility, but you can tell that for the physicality. Is there something else in particular you were looking for, though?
it wasn't really the stats. It was more to like kind of study how he is on the ground. Like,
Got it.
does it look like was was there a scuffle? Was this an ambush?
Got it.
How was he killed? Like that kind of thing.
Got it.
Because it's clear this man was somewhat of a warrior
Well,
if he wielded the sun sword.
I will say this at the very least from just your general knowledge of this in this regard. There is a slight scuffle, but
Mhm.
not to the degree that you would have assumed one to happen with your 14. You assumed this was a surprise, at least
Okay,
initially.
gotcha.
21. Is there anyone else rolling or no?
I rolled a 16.
No, I know. I'm just saying, is everyone else done? Because I want to give Mars a chance if she's trying to as well.
Oh no, nah,
No.
I'm gonna leave the investigation people to do the investigation. Thing.
All right, then Amaris, can you roll me if you want to try to do a perception check real quick?
That I can do.
The all-seeing eye. What do you see with your third eye, Beach?
No.
Okay.
Now I don't see a
All
lot.
right. All right, as you're looking through and as it's happening, you remember a lot of the detail that Morrow had given as he had described these situations, but it's different from actually seeing it. As you all just kind of go back and loop through, Morrow, you get that feeling even more that for sure something is off. Eileen, as you're writing your letter, your eyes narrow and you put it down as you stand up. You walk closer to it just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
And for confirmation, you even ask for a second, can you rewind that to Xanther?
I'm fucking Deckard from Blade Runner. Let's
Going
go.
going back to the hallway, you were all focused on seeing Strahd and the shout. When you replay it, I will allow another perception check real quick from y'all.
Can I do
Oh, from everybody?
investigation?
No, perception. Anyone can do this.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do it too.
Hey,
I'm telling you,
Dewey.
we're gonna see like Bob the Saga or some
21
like old
again.
woman.
Oh, that almost got 20.
25.
21, 25.
So, catch your perception
20.
though. Never mind.
All right. Amaris and Up. All three of you. Eileen, you hear it for the confirmation. Morrow and Amaris, you realize something. Along with this shouting out of the no, before that, you hear a very faint sound of glass breaking. Once you hear that, you go back to the original scene. In the scene where everything had happened, you remember that there was broken glass on the floor. But what you didn't notice is that the broken glass on the floor isn't with the pool of blood. It's its own pool, but it is also still a pool of blood.
Oh.
So he already completed it at that point.
The ritual.
You know that at some point, that glass was filled with a cup of blood.
Oh. What? What? Oh god, I can't. I can't go into this fucking spiral again.
I
It's
DM.
You are. Go in.
Uh-huh.
It's a cup of blood, right?
It is a cup of blood, yes. It almost looked like it was part of the scene, but you notice that there's a 3-inch separation where there's no touching from that pool of blood from the broken, almost like wine glass looking, and a pool of blood made by Sergey.
Was it Sergei's blood?
Oh
Actually,
my
least-
god.
Leads me to believe that what another condition of this might have been. I thought it was silly at the time, but
Would you?
There's still hand holding over out to this projection.
Would
What
you
is it,
need?
Amaris?
what if the person that needed to die needed to be someone that at least treated them as significant. Which is
Someone
why
who
it
loved
was
him.
now.
Exanther's head turns over towards Eileen. Correct.
That too.
He had, so he had to kill someone who loved him and die to someone who hated him.
Sounds like it.
Sounds
Oh
at
my
least the
God.
basis.
And then the blood. I guess, would that be a component?
But the thing about it is that. So, does it look like. So, the cup of blood is separate.
The
It
cup
doesn't
of
look
blood is
like
separate
it-
from the blood pool. It looks like it was an actual like cup of blood. And I will say from the 21, that was not a full cup of blood at that point.
No, because it was
So-
probably in a rush.
So, was it. Does it look like it was recent? Like, it was lovely. There's any signs of it being filled, like, kind of haphazardly? Or was it just kind of, like, pristine?
The glass is kind of shattered, so there was a splattering of blood all over with the glass remains on the ground there. It's hard to tell.
But is the glass separate from, like, the rest of the glass? Like, the glass that's shattered, is it separated
The glass
from...
the glass that shattered kind of lies in the pool. It's a bit like some of it scattered across the floor. But where the glass had shattered, there's a pool of blood there, a very tiny one, compared to the massive pool of blood that is still coming out that was still coming out of Sergei at that moment.
Now, question, like, just on like the picture of Strahd that we've seen so far, does he have any cuts on him?
As he was running out,
Yeah.
I will allow a perception check. You saw him as a blur, just kind of running around a corner.
Okay. Because, like, it could be Sergei's blood, but maybe it's his own blood.
Well, actually, you already rolled a perception check for that scene for the listening. As you were focusing in and looking through, he's ruffled up, but he doesn't really seem like
Oh, okay.
like injured. Yeah. He just seems a little more disheveled, which you noticed after the shooting, but that was when you had already finished everything.
Are
You assumed it was
those-
either from the running or anything, but it could have been also from a scuffle. Go ahead.
Are those... So he had to be killed by somebody he hated. He had to kill someone he loved.
Who loved him?
I loved him.
Sorry, kill someone who loved him.
And then what is the third piece? Watch someone he loves die? Actually, Aknev,
Yeah.
do you remember all the details of that little poem that thing sung at Krezik?
You mean the take it to the and then killer bullshit?
Yeah, then he'll have to kill her. Do you remember the full details of that?
Kind of. In a minute.
Can we, DM, can we roll like history checks to remember
I
like
wish
the
I could
exact
help with
wording?
that
Even-
one.
Oh, were you not there?
No.
No, it was
Oh.
literally just me who heard it, and then I told Aknev about it because he went back inside to clean up.
Then yeah, roll history check, please. I'll give you advantage because y'all are like on a brain train.
Let's go.
That's it.
Oh
I
shit!
have-
I meant to put advantage on. Hold on, I'll just roll again.
You also can stop rolling GM roll.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot I was in
we ain't
GM
seen
roll.
nothing.
You good?
Robots
seen
eat sea
nothing.
trays. Look at them.
19.
Ooh.
You remember it word. You remember it word for word. It was a very simple, quick bar. The devil dwells in his dark house upon the misty pillar. First he'll taste her sweet, sweet blood, and then he'll have to kill her.
First, oh,
Was it? Is that?
up? Well, did Tatiana look like they were bleeding?
No. And from Eileen's vision of Tatiana, you can kind of confirm that that wasn't the case.
Maybe.
And did she fall off on her own?
She chose
Look
to
like
jump
she-
off on her
Yeah,
own
she
from
chose
Tatiana's
to
vision.
jump
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
Reciting that, just gonna put it out there then. With that wording, if we're all theorizing and everything, perhaps all the conditions weren't quite met if Tatiana killed herself.
It could be the reason why.
I can tell you this, actually, before we spiral again.
Please.
Tatiana wasn't a condition. She could have been, but wasn't. Her
God.
events were just tragedy.
Great.
Her events pertain more towards the entity than the council. Or
The
this
entity.
gift.
Okay.
So that rhyme is separate.
It's a whole different case.
Yeah. Very good to know.
If I was to interpret, had she not jumped off herself, maybe Strahd would have been forced to kill her. Maybe turn her, even.
That's fair. Vampires and their brides, at least from the stories, pretty common.
So, I think he's bringing her back, so that's the entity. Maybe just and the council had nothing to do with her killing herself, yeah? They didn't
No.
whisper anything to her ear.
No. This was a conscious decision.
She was in love with Sergei.
That part.
So Strahd murders his brother, was collecting the blood to drink, but didn't want Tatiana to die, at least not at that moment. Enough that it let himself run away.
And then it was killed by Gabriel's men.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this after that was said. Eileen, make me an investigation check.
Okay. Fuck, dude.
But you're good at this. You're good at this, though.
I
You got
know.
this.
I know.
19?
19.
One last thing that was just said. When Thorn had said he was trying to, but didn't complete and didn't drink the blood, you flash back to your memory of Tatiana and you replay. You were in such a haze when you saw the room, you weren't certain at all. But you remember when Tatiana looked up and in her moment of resolve, saw the hand reach out and the screaming Strahd? Sometimes the faintness and the redness of lips is lost, but it was too dark. Blood was on the upper lip.
Yeah. Yeah, he drank Sergei's blood. I remember from that vision. He had blood on his top lip.
So he beat the got the ritual.
Is that the final component?
No,
Ex-
because he had to get killed by someone who hated him.
There's only two components. Are there more?
What I can say is you have what you need. Everything else left is technicality.
I see.
It's good to know.
Now I know. Now I know. Now this makes it all the more easier.
Exanter turns back towards the memory and just kind of plays it out and just kind of lets it go and through as it skips between you moving up, calling out the command, watching the crossbows, moving forward, the rise and the savagery of this sudden battle that blew out.
I guess
And
I
it just
sort of,
kind of loops and replays as he
Well,
just
that in
holds
the
it there and
same-
focuses all of you. Go ahead.
Was in the same area that we saw those claw marks in Castle Barovia, next to the
No,
dining
no. Gavriel fell at the same place where Strahd fell.
hall? Okay.
I do want to just take one last look of when Strahd rises. Specifically, like when he's about to rise and when he falls. Does he, as he falls and as he rises, does he say anything? Are there any words mouthed?
Do you actively accepting getting killed like you wanted this?
Make an insight check on that moment, and then we'll look on what you talked about. Since just we can go in order.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was...
No, you're good.
Damn it!
Got it.
I'm rolling cheeks today.
Morrow, in all honesty, it from your perspective, it's very far in the distance, but it just looked like he was mourning, like out and reaching out towards Tatiana, who just fell. It doesn't look like anything else was on his mind.
That isn't what he wanted.
Probably rooted forever with Tatiana by his side.
Yeah. We've known about his love for Tatiana for some time now. Having her as his immortal bride probably would have been great. But from what the abbot told us, that was also part of the curse, wasn't it? Of he'd be doomed to never love or find love. Or something along those lines.
I guess the question now is, or I doubt we'll answer it, but
For your other thing, as he goes up, the only thing of note, you see no movement of his mouth, no words uttered, just a pure intensity and rage into his eyes. You do see lightning strikes and clashes in the moment before he rises up. You see the clouds gain and the mist form. You see him rise up, and his body almost contorts in monstrous ways. Before, within flash, he's just at impossible speeds, tearing through your battalion, or not battalion, your squad.
The misformed, like the misformed when he ascended, right there.
The mist was starting to form before he ascended.
Before you.
Yeah, it was kind of getting cloudy, and things were like the distance was beginning to fog. That was the thing, because it's cloudy on other times, but like this time it was starting to get cloudy as she was rushing towards as Tatiana was rushing towards the overhang.
I'm just gonna look over to Xanther. I don't know how much of an expert you are on curses, but from what I do know, obviously they need to be cast either by a being, put on an item, or, infused in a potion or whatnot, or essentially someone has to create the curse.
That part is true, mostly. Someone or something has to.
I believe we now know this is how Strahd got his gift. Right?
He just nods.
And we sort of have an idea of what his curse can be, of what his curse is. And for the most part, I believe it's just his endless chase for Tatiana. I believe is his curse. My question to you is this. Was it the gift that Strahd got that gave him his curse? Or maybe it was something else. Could Sergei have cursed him?
You think Sergei is aware of dark magic?
No.
You are confusing his curse with his gift. His gift was vampirism. His curse was put onto him by the council and this entity.
The one that
More so, the entity.
Okay.
and the entity isn't the one that gave him his gift. The entity is just the elder evil bullshit.
Depends on how much you wish to separate the sarcophagi from the entity.
So
Wait a minute. The entity gave him the means. The entity gave him the gift. And then maybe the entity realized why he did it. Why he didn't do it for selfish reasons. And then the curse was placed.
What do you mean he
Well-
didn't do it for selfish reasons?
and also he just said the fog was forming before even he did all this. So
Yeah.
What
the point.
what I sort of mean is, for the most part, I have the answers that I need, but what I sort of mean is, when we talk with the sarcophagus, specifically, it said it'll give us the means to be worthy of the gift. We specifically, we couldn't be selfless. I wasn't worthy of the gift because I was selfless.
Mine did
He
not say
wa-
that. Just stating that out there. As Casimir says.
Yeah.
Did you touch the same sarcophagus?
No,
No.
you
No, I
touched a
didn't.
different one.
It is different.
When we interacted with the one that Strahd used,
Mhm.
he didn't like that we were selfless, or that we were doing things for other people. And specifically to be worthy of the gift, worthy of the gift, one, you would have to use this. One, you'd have to use it for yourself and only yourself, and the means by which. And he'd give you the means. And two, you couldn't use it for anyone else. It couldn't be for anyone else's benefit. It could only be for yours. You had to be selfish.
Right.
And we get Strahd that is immortal. Strahd wanted to be immortal, right? And he willingly accepted the gift. But maybe he didn't do. But maybe the reason that he sort of has his curse was because when he discovered the means to do it, and he discovered the means for to receive his gift, and he started doing it. Maybe he wasn't doing it for maybe it wasn't for completely selfish reasons. Maybe he was doing it for someone else. Not only
Think you-
himself, but someone else. And then when he did it, that's when the curse was. Then when he did it and he completed it, that's when the downside, the curse, happened.
I think you're confusing two separate events, Mara. We know the curse, aside from the torment of Tatiana and love that Strahd has to deal with, is he's stuck here. As they said, the mist and everything was forming around Barovia before these events happened. And part of his curse is that this is his hell, being stuck here, not being able to leave, constantly going through this. It is that is part of it. I think it's a separate thing. That's It's just that's its own event.
Mhm.
I apologize for this, but it's 11 a.m.
We have to go.
What? No. What? Why is it important that it's 11 a.m.?
Were we planning on leaving today?
At some point today, yeah. We said we could stay for a while because Arknev can teleport us back.
Okay.
Still have time.
Our
Alright.
plans and everything that we have, we set are tomorrow. So, as long as we leave here before it's dark, we're good. And as long as Arknev's teleport works successfully.
Okay. Continue. And she'll go back to her letter.
Now, we know by means. Well, either way, I have the answers that I need. I'm gonna just turn over to Xanthir. Hypothetically, right? I'm skilled and been able to deal with minor curses. For something this big, right? Is it possible that this initial curse or whatnot could be removed?
Possible, yes. By the means, I do not know. If you are if you are thinking of the idea of removing the curse with your menial ways, such as remove curse, I highly doubt it.
Fair
This
enough.
is a curse placed on by an entity that is either considered an elder evil or a god or whatever it may be. And it is ancient. Whatever means it may be will probably be extreme. I do not know if you have the capabilities, nor if I have the capabilities either.
Yeah.
Is there a sarcophagus in here with those capabilities?
Not that I know of.
Well, actually, I'll take a gander. I'll take a gander, but more than likely, not
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I know of is
Okay.
going to be the outcome
Well,
there.
You'll never know until you find out.
let me just
Mhm.
take a look. Man,
Mm. Yeah, not that I know of. Is the answer there?
Question:
Mm-hmm.
If this curse is it only bound to start when he's on this plane? Yeah. Or does it transcend plane? If he's not technically in the mist or technically in Barovia.
His head kind of squints for a moment.
If he were on a different, portion or plane and he gets killed, is that bypass?
You see the eyes for a moment kind of just dim down and go from like a red to a yellow for a second.
oh, what was that? Hey, yo, DM, what was that?
Um, you
Oh,
can
that's
go ahead and
bad.
check it. Well, his eyes went from red to yellow. You're not familiar with a lich's facial changes,
Can I
but
roll Arcana?
with that, well, I got you. Hold on.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. He's making piss.
I think he's thinking. This is what that implies of like I never considered
Oh,
that.
okay. Sorry. For some reason,
But here's the thing, though. You don't think yellow stinky. You think it's weird.
I was thinking for a sec. For some reason, right? I just thought like maybe the council finally found the off switch. Just like shit.
Well,
Bro,
Talk
they
too much.
put him
well.
on sleep mode.
Well, interesting enough. Huh. He looks over at Amaris.
You may have returned more than just my mind back. One of my memories seems to be overlapping a little. Strahd has left this place before. In fact,
We fuck.
Huh?
We know this, Mark. We know this.
No.
You don't know this. You don't know this.
No, we
'Cause
don't.
You
We
only,
don't know
only,
this.
yeah, your characters don't know this.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right.
We don't know this. Yeah.
Yo.
he left not for very long, but he did in fact leave. The barrier did stay up, however. This place still remained while he was gone. He came back. In fact, when he came back, it wasn't terribly long before you left.
As he looks over to Eileen.
I believe
Eileen
only,
blinks.
I believe there was only about a 2-month period of time in between when you had been gone and when you had left.
So the council.
He only managed to leave for a day or two. Someone tried to make me forget this. Interesting.
Wait.
You're saying he left,
You left. Yes.
but if he left, doesn't the plane feed on his misery?
There's still misery here.
It feeds on all misery.
Yeah. Still
I
great deal of
get
misery,
that, but he's the central focus of it. If he was gone, I'd assume there'd be issues.
Well,
If I'm honest, I think the central focus of Mizenbrov is probably the Crystal Heart, but that's just my opinion.
I learned this before my memory was taken. I learned of you. I searched for an answer. And I had found that he had left. And then my memory was taken from me. Interesting.
Maybe that's why they took your memory.
I suppose so.
They took. He went to.
I don't know where he went, but he went beyond the mist.
But he went to the mist, and then during the time that he was gone, were you saying that I was sent out?
I had learned that 2 months prior to you being sent out was when he left the mist, which, to my knowledge, he does not have the ability to do so, at least not normally. I don't know how or why, but that did occur.
So maybe
DM, I
there's-
can't wrap my shit around this because it's my brain, not Eileen brain. Could I try to make a roll to make some sense of it?
Of that he was missing before you left.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you actually do your roll. I'll say what I say after.
Hold on. I mean,
Yes.
knowledge that you currently have, the best way you can extrapolate that is maybe there's a correlation, but you don't have any other piece of information besides the fact that he left and then 2 months later were sent out. Which means 2 months later, all of you should have been sent out.
Maybe. Maybe he got information.
Out of character, it's probably when he found this idea for the Barovian-born souls, right?
Probably.
Like out of character, that's how I'm making sense of this. If he left, figured out that idea of like, so how the fuck do we get out of here? And then found the answer, came back, started putting the shit into motion, and then
Wasn't it
sent out the souls, which were all of us.
wasn't it the
The
council that
shadow
did
pe-
that?
the
I'm
council.
sure it was
No,
the council.
the council sent out Eileen. Everyone else was like Strahd's machinations.
Yeah, but we all went out at the same time because we marinated for the 20-some years, and we're all around the same age. Eileen was the only one that was directly sent out by the council.
And the only outliers of the non-same ages are people who were born or attached to very odd circumstances, such as Maro and Okniv.
Yeah.
No.
So, right. But I guess the question is, how did he leave this place? But I'm guessing you don't know that, do you?
No, I do not. Just trying to find out about where it was taken from me.
You think the council knows?
Definitely. If they cut off like his memory, they definitely know something about it.
Maybe they let him out.
I don't think the council has direct ties to the mist. They influence it, not the mist. They influence stuff in Barovia, but they don't really control the mist.
But they can also, but they've shown to be able to send people outside the mist. Maybe they created an opportunity for Strahd to leave because they saw what he was doing.
Why would they want to lose their source of the greatest misery here? For them, at least.
If he could bring more misery in.
Or if they're waiting, I mean, just like waiting for a fruit to ripen, maybe they're waiting for the last moment in which they think it can get out of here and then rob it from him.
True. Plus, also, depending on where he went, it could be even more tormenting, right? What's the most tormenting thing you can do to a prisoner than give them a taste of freedom just to rip it away?
Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
signs of the voices?
They are not yapping at you right now.
Yeah, I think the voices are like gonna shut the fuck up.
I'll roll it. I'll roll it.
I know they're beating the shit out of that one dude who spoke up
Stop it
earlier.
You talking? You don't
say
this.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Roll a perception check. Eileen.
Oh, please, I'm begging you. Roll 20, I'm begging you, please let me have this.
Oh,
What could
that's
have
not
been
20.
17.
Better than a nat
17.
one.
There's a lot of voices, very spurred still. They seem a little aggravated from everything that's been going on in this exact area. That being said, only one kind of drives to you. It's a little bit like staticky, scratchy, almost like through a broken mic. But what you hear is why would we want him to leave? It scared the shit out of him the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Told you.
Okay, I won't say nothing just in case they have more tea. But I'll be listening, okay?
Oh, you
So
hear
out
a
of
cacophony of
character, So out of character, they did not let him out. He found a way out.
Well, we know that. We know that.
Yeah.
You know what? If someone says it, Eileen's just gonna scratch her nose. And if they keep saying that phrase, she's gonna scratch her nose.
Funny.
If you know, you know, okay?
So
Someone pays attention.
I'm okay then. So Strahd got out of the mists. We
Yeah.
don't know how. He was
No,
gone
no.
for a day. But then
Fair
he
too.
came back.
Uh-huh. And then 2 months later, the souls are sent out.
If okay, so it could be multiple things. The council could have let him out.
They don't see
Maybe
why
to
would they?
try and feed more misery. That is
Mhm.
true. He could have found a way to escape,
Uh,
but then got pulled back by something. Something
Or
that
had to come back.
and had to come, but yeah. Did he look worse for wear when he came back?
I don't know.
You
I
don't
didn't
know.
even
Yeah,
see. Came back.
he just-
I guess
What?
the question is, who controls the mists?
the elder evil. You know this one.
It
I
is
guess-
well. It is a combination. Strahd and the Elder Evil. And while the council doesn't directly control them, they have their influence. They're
So
just
and
not
you're
deeply.
and you're saying these strands of darkness are part of the elder evil, yeah? In the sarcophagus.
Yes.
So
Maybe. So either he found a way to get out for a day, the council let him out, or the elder evil let him out for a day.
I was
She'll
about to
shake her
ask.
head no.
I was about to ask, like, do I see Eileen doing this, like,
Yes,
convenient
yes,
nose,
yes,
nose scratching
you
at the
would.
same time?
Yes,
Like,
you would.
With your massive investigation and the observations, you immediately see like a note, like like a from Eileen.
okay, so elder evil, probably gonna be honest, probably didn't let Strahd out since they can keep gods out just willy nilly. I don't really see them a reason to let Strahd out.
Scratch his nose.
so,
You think he made a deal?
I think either he figured something out, someone else figured something out, and helped him, or he got lucky.
Investigation check, anyone if they wish.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
DC
I was
20,
gonna say,
DC 20.
Thorn.
DC 20.
Yeah.
Thorn was just gonna pipe up and say, "Well, we learned about that other dreadlord, right, Azalin?"
Yeah, the Aslan, the one in the book. That's the. Sorry, by the way, I looked at him. I thought you were Aslan for a second, so I got worried.
Do you think he had anything to do with it?
Maybe.
Perhaps getting Strahd out and teaching him away.
You deserve
as
that.
as Thorn had mentioned that the words of the piece of paper come into your head. Yeah, that is very much a possibility.
Yeah, because I know we spoke of Aslan. In the writings, they're talking about Aslan, blah blah blah. It helped. No, he learned from Aslan. Something about Barovian souls.
The words are, the barriers can be broken. Aslan has proven this to be true.
Yeah.
Any whispers? Any whispers?
You know what? Just do me a do me a dexterity plus deception check, if you wouldn't mind.
Ooh.
Hey,
Like to
yo.
pretend like you don't hear shit. That's
Or
pretty fun.
performance. Or performance or deception. Yeah.
Oh, but I have a -1.
With your
Good,
dexterity.
good dex, good dex though.
So
No,
-1
do you
plus
have it-
4 equal 3.
Wait. Hold on. It's your modifier for deception or that. Do you have a modifier for deception or performance? Is there like a plus on it?
There's a -1.
So just flat dex then. Flat dex.
Okay, that's a +4. You can get and the Luckstone that counts. That's like a +5. Shit.
They're very silent now. They're
God
They become
Right.
very silent as they keep on seeing you almost pick your nose. You just hear you just hear a second. It's just like, why is she so scratchy all of a sudden? Oh, damn it! And then silence.
Look, Aslan. If you know an Aslan, probably not, but I'd like to ask you.
Aslan, the other
Yeah.
The
Dreadlord.
Rex.
Aslan
The
Rex,
Rex.
yeah.
Yes, what of him?
We're pretty sure from a book we saw in the library. Hopefully, it wasn't tampered by the council. That Aslan proved that the bears can be broken.
Hmm. Was Aslan able to break his own barrier then?
We
Interesting.
know from a source that Aslan has not been in his realm for a while.
What source?
I thought, my bad. I thought motherfucker, what's his name, told us that Aslan has been like in. What's his name?
wait.
Batman.
You Batman.
Actually, I think Batman did say. I think Batman
Yeah,
did say.
Batman.
I think you're right.
Batman
Yeah,
told us
okay,
this.
okay.
What the
No,
fuck?
no, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
you're
What's the
good,
source
you're
for Batman?
Hey,
Batman told me.
yo, man, he's spitting out fake news.
good. Do you
So
know
true.
Okay.
He was
Yeah.
here.
And so it was the reason why I had thought maybe Strahd had tricked Aslan and that was you there. But you know,
No.
I'm glad you're not. You're very cool, and interesting.
Thank you.
So,
No, I am not the Rex. Go ahead, Amaris.
so he left. He left. At least is my guess in terms of what's going on. He left for only a day. Probably spoke to this Aslan fellow, or at the very least, probably did his own form of research. One of the two. Came back. 2 months later, this entire escapade of souls being sent out, which I'm guessing is his preparation of figuring all this out. And now we're essentially back here.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me. Well, it seems like it's painted out. In terms of that, is there anything else that we need to gather from at least that part?
Unless we can commune with Aslan, I doubt it.
Yeah, so.
Not
Yeah.
a good idea.
It depends if he is still here or not. If he is in his own plane, then you have no way of contacting him without
do you mean?
Strahd intervening.
Without Strahd, yeah.
But if he isn't,
Strahd could still intervene even if he was here. Getting a message out is nearly impossible, though.
Love
Yeah.
that about him.
I'm sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. Don't tell me any of you are trying to consider
No,
messaging the Rex. Okay,
no,
good.
we're not considering that. I'm just saying, is there anything that we need to do
Got it.
in terms of that information? Like,
That's
you-
just
Wanted to be
information.
sure.
Not really. We can't. Us knowing the bears can be broken, cool, interesting. We can't really do much like that unless we want ourselves to break the barrier. But we need.
the,
We need to. Go
in
on.
particular, the barrier wasn't broken. He got past it.
Weekend. My bad. Not enough for him to get past. Yeah. And. Could,
Through the help of another Dreadlord, I could see them coming up with something. But
Weird
it would be
question.
dangerous for Aslan to come here, as I believe Strahd would have his full reign of abilities, while Aslan would not. Go ahead and ask your question.
Unless that was out of character. Go ahead.
No. This is Charles. I mean, this is Aknef. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Strahd needs our souls. Yeah. Make him do the ritual to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't we
Does he?
just do the? You need 4 Barovian souls born in Barovia to like marinate in the material plane.
Yeah.
But if we have our souls, I'm not saying you would, not Dornamar, not you, but what if we could just open our own way out? Is that even possible?
I mean, as was proven, if you have a soul coin or something of the like, you could traverse the mist. However, as was already stated, despite this entity having control of the mist, Strahd does as well. Strahd would be able to know we're
When
going
we-
through it,
yeah,
and he would not allow that.
Yes.
A-
To
and
allow
I
you
get-
to leave, you have to leave with your soul. And along with leaving with your soul, you can't be found. If he has his eyes on you, even with this method, it is unlikely for you to leave.
Exactly.
and I get that part. But my wonder is the ritual he's completing with our souls. Do we perform it ourselves? I'm not saying we're doing it to leave. I'm just saying, would that be a cause of concern for him? Mm,
I think it'd be a cause of concern for us.
of course. Well, that entails what the ritual does to our soul.
We would more than likely die. Our souls would be used up, and we would fade into either the form of dementia that plagues the soulless of this land, or just die in general.
We don't know the ritual.
Oh.
You
Go on.
know,
You know of the soulless.
Yes,
I see.
I'm slowly becoming one myself.
That's unfortunate.
Indeed.
you know. Now that I think about it,
Nice.
we know that Strahd is sort of beholden to sort of an elder evil, an entity,
Hmm.
right? And he willingly made this decision.
Yeah, if he made a deal.
Do you think, and this is just hypothetical, that let's say he chooses or decides he no longer wants to be beholden to this entity?
I think that's part of him trying to.
No, 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 no. What I mean is like he did the he did the ritual to get the gifts and he was cursed for it, and this is how he has all his power. This is how he runs this realm.
So you're saying he deliberately says, "I'm done working for you. Take your shit back."
Like
Even
he
Stephen.
like he what if he and just let me get the full thought out here because it's probably ridiculous, but at this point, this is what I've been thinking. If, per se, because he wants to leave, he's cursed to be in this hell, never have Tatiana, all this stuff. If, let's say, he were to be persuaded or convinced that instead of serving the serving or having the power of the current elder evil that he's worshiping or that he's under, he chooses another one.
Why couldn't he have two paths?
He chooses another one to serve.
I don't think that would take away anything that's happened to him prior. As we've already stated here, this can't be reversed. He would just be beholding himself to something else.
It'd be it.
Either that or it would deny him, as it denied all of you.
So the only real way for that to work, Mar, is if the elder evil says self, "Hey, I'm done working with you, Strahd." And how are you going to convince that to happen?
What I'm saying is, if he chose to hypothetically go to a different Elder Evil, and he asked them to break that curse,
They would need to be on par or stronger than the one he's working for.
And again, that's implying that they would accept.
Mm-hmm.
If all of
And
these are parts of the same
same
Elder
elder.
Evil, simply entwined in different portions, different feelings, the things that they can grant, and all that, there's no reason that they would accept that in any way, shape, or form.
Actually, you, friend,
Xanther.
Yes.
Xanther.
Xantha, yes.
There was actually interesting part. There was a piece of an Elder Evil here in Barovia that was cut off from itself because of the mist. It didn't have its full reign here.
He's just looking at you.
It goes by. It went by Q's. What if, right? You could use a piece of the Elder Evil to make a small realm itself around Strahd. Could it be possible to cut his connection off with that? Elder Evil, just for a small moment. In the same way it did itself.
Cut it off? I don't think so. But overwhelm it, maybe.
Really?
Not for long.
We don't need for long.
But would it be long enough to say break sort of his attunement to Barovia for maybe a short period of time, enough to either A, kill him, or B, get rid of the mist permanently?
In that small gap, like Morrow said, if we kill him there, you think that'd do something? Or
I think, because at the end of the day, I just want to break this cycle. Because even if we kill Strahd, in the back of my mind, I believe he'll come back.
And you think that using another Elder Evil to go against an Elder Evil is a smart way of doing any of this?
Eileen shakes her head no.
What I'm saying, which is that to break the cycle, we have to break his connection to the land.
I was just gonna take out some jerky and just start eating it.
or like I'm just done here. To you. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
We're not gonna get at this point. We've already got the most we can from now, but that is an interesting case of we need to figure out later, not now, later, if killing Strahd either continues this or not. But that doesn't matter right now. We need to start doing research and other shit before we leave.
Fair enough. I have the information that I need.
Pick a book. You got a couple hours.
Yeah,
And are you sure you can teleport us out of here
I'm sure.
without issues?
Yes, without issue.
All right.
Jesus.
Kind of want an insight, but I'm not gonna.
All right.
Fuck her.
Then with
Bitch.
that, I will say, oh my god.
Kill you.
Oh my
I'll kill you
god.
right now.
Oh my god. With all of that, as you all then disperse from this line of thought, as the projector subsides, as the memory goes and fades, as you all now go onto your own devices on trying to figure out the library, I say we're going to call session there. Now, to help speed up the process, because I know this was a lot of theory crafting for this episode, I'm going to say you guys can send me the info you want to look up at the library, and we'll roll for it and brief it for like next time.
Thank you.
Next time we do the session.
Please,
So
I
we
want
can-
out of here
because-
so bad.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, you guys were going off on your conspiracy theories. I let the players do what they want. I'm just saying. Like I also noticed like it needed some like some people also needed some like we gotta go. So that's all I'm saying. I'm trying to abide for both. Go ahead. Yes.
Golem, can I take one of the teleportation?
No more questions.
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
You can ask questions the entire session.
Just answer it. Just answer
You
it.
said
It's
golem.
just a quick-
Golem.
The golem.
Yeah.
Can I take one of the teleportation? Yes or no? That's all I need to know for my teleportation later.
I already looked up the abilities for it. You are able to take something that takes up only 10 by 10, and it can go down to 10 by 10.
Thank you.
Yeah, as one of the people that goes through.
There you go.
Right.
And before we would have had to leave that thing here
I
for nothing.
All right, hey, run over
would've
to
found out
to
what
this
that
city.
shit
I mean, you could have. Yeah, you could have walked it down the mountain.
the hell no.
To be fair, we could have just ordered it down the mountain and teleported back and just hope it shows up.
Not how that
Bro,
works.
Amazon.
Bro, it will not come back.
Not how that works. The person has to be within 60 feet.
Oh yeah, that's the
You'd
beauty
have
of
to,
it.
you'd have to walk. You'd have to walk down with it.
We will...
Hey guys, I'll see you back at Barovia.
See you later.
Okay.
I feel like an alligator.
Later.
All right. Thanks for coming, guys. See you next week, possibly. If not, then for sure next week after that. But pretty much, we're pretty sure we're still gonna do next
We're definitely having a session fucking next Monday. After this one, holy! Anyway, thank you everybody for coming on out, and bye!
Bye bye.